Hello everyone. Welcome to the second day of the second Raku Conference. So today we have some talks planned, and there are a few talks which are recorded. So we work as usual. So I really like that yesterday all the speakers really were quite strict, got into and kept the schedule really strict. Today the first talk seems to be a bit bigger than it was planned, so I will try to update the schedule after the talk. This talk will be over. So Leon found more things he doesn't like than he thought. So yeah, we'll see. So we'll start with his talk about things he doesn't like in Raku. We'll see how it goes. And after that, I will update the schedule. And yeah, so meanwhile, if Leon is here, we can already start. I don't think I see him in the list of participants. But yeah, so I was thinking about the conference the next year. If we want to have it offline, then probably we have to discuss it somewhere like.
Hello.
Yeah, hi. So okay, so yeah, so we can. I will give you the right to share the screen, and actually, yeah, you can start talking to us about what you don't like in Raku.
Yeah, moment. Wait, moments. I'm having a little fight with Zoom. Yes. Great. No. Sorry, I'm having some Zoom issues because, of course, it's. How do I? It doesn't want me to share the entire screen. Sorry about this. No. Wow. Yes. Okay. Another attempt. I think you're seeing a part of it now. How do I?
It says here, Leon has started screen sharing.
Yes, but are you seeing something?
Well, it says Leon has started screen sharing, and
no,
that's
it's black. It's only a black picture.
Great. Crap.
You should give a talk about what you don't like about Zoom.
I'm gonna try to do a reboot and stuff, but it's gonna take a few minutes. Maybe either that, or we should schedule something else first and have
maybe we can then just start recording, which was planned like for example, Alexander Kirukin's talk, which is next. I can stream it now because we have the recording, and after that you can start.
Okay.
I think that's a good solution. Okay, so now there will be the second talk, the Raku documentation website, retrofit past and future. I will share the screen.
Then I'm gonna do a reboot and stuff,
Yes,
and I hope
please.
that I can,
yeah,
that it's fixed after that. That tends to solve Zoom issues. I'll be back.
See you.
Hello everyone, my name is Alexander, I'm working at Edument. Occasionally I contribute to Raku and recently suggested a couple of solutions to the issues of the documentation website we have. In this talk I'll try to touch upon both HUDs and exterior fit. My primary goal here is not to rant and be aggressively sarcastic about the state of things, but please keep listening. First, we will look in a super brief manner at how the website started and evolved up to now, exploring difficulties and solutions. Next, I'll talk about the latest, most major issues we tried to overcome, and I'll try to formulate basics of the major tasks we still have to do. Now, history time. But relax, I won't say any exact dates, knowing how boring this part of history classes. So, once upon a time, more than a decade ago, we had the Raku doc, former pod language, and it was alright, I guess. So the writers started to document things using this language, and they needed some tool to convert it into an actual website people can look at. Here the HTML5 script comes into the game. Originally it gathered all the Rakudoc files into a special registry provided by Rakudo, then relied on the fresh pod2HTML module to render the files, and as a result created a whole directory of HTML files. If you added an asset here and there, run engines to serve those files over the internet, and bingo, in a very short amount of time the task is done. Now, closer to specifics and what were the consequences. The good thing is that it was very fast to build. The whip up aspect of the script was one of the good sides I can name. It looked really simple as well. Get the files, render them using pod2HTML, then add a chunk of assets, and it's good. Unfortunately, over time it was clear the solution was very hard to manage. The website demanded more and more things, and at some point it became unmanageable to fix something without breaking something else. And there were certainly things to fix. The development was fast enough to overlook a couple of issues, being natural outcomes of the decisions done at that time. While the last thing can be considered like rather individual, I believe such a setup introduces too much coupling in the system. All the software is written in the specific way necessary to produce one very specific website, making any big changes to the website looking scary. The second thing, props to JJ, is a natural evolution of the script called documentable. Documentable is a Raku distribution or library model, call it whatever you like, which emerged to address a number of issues of the script. As you can see, the core setup remains the same. We take the files, assets, and together with the pod2HTML we create a bunch of HTML files we serve. But note the new elements here. Compared to the script, Documentable provides you a higher level API to the registry of Rakudoc files, including search in a collection and common useful manipulations such as adding the superclass methods Rakudoc to Rakudoc of the class itself. This API is such a killer feature of Documentable you can't even imagine how much did it improve the quality of life. But it has even more cool features. So we already discussed the fact the Raku file manipulation was effectively factored out by this distribution, even if the facade still did the same thing as the script did. However, Documentable used the coolest model out here, called pod to cached. Prior to this, if you did a change in a single file, you had to run the script which regenerates all the files, hundreds of them, to see the change, which is of course a great pain. But since our community member Fine Analyst wrote the model, we could cache the ready Raku files and on changes detect and render only those that needed, which of course dramatically decreased time necessary to see the changes. Right now the model was updated with its latest replacement pod from cache, but either way that's a great thing to have. The second thing Documentable has compared to the script is essentially testing. As a distribution, it has its own test suite where it tries to ensure the behavior is sensible in an automatic manner. At least in some places it saves us from development hell. Now, of course, the problems. First, Documentable took quite a lot of code from the script, wrapping it in a new structure but leaving all the decisions. Almost all the shady conventions of how the sources are processed were taken as is without any changes. From one perspective, it saves the legacy references URLs to the website accumulated over the for all the years, but from another, if you walked 1000 miles into wrong direction, you still have to go back. This was backed by the fact that while not really an approach disadvantage, but Documentable continued to behave as almost a drop-in replacement for the script when it in fact was much more powerful. Also, arguably, if we look at it as the Raku file's content manipulation API, it knows too much about the assets and the structure of the exact website we have. From the historical perspective, from an attempt to address some of the dubious aspects of the whole system, a distribution called Collection has emerged, done mostly by Richard, also known as already mentioned Fine Analyst. Collection is a generic system allowing to generate websites from a collection of Raku files. To make that real, it uses extensible processing happening in phases. You can write plugins translating custom Raku codes, and so it also provides an alternative way to build the current website now. For those concerned, please do watch talk about this model on the conference. For historical reasons, some other community members decided to approach the current website numerous issues from not the backend writer but end-user point of view. From this perspective, a couple of things were of huge urgency. Here first comes the UI of the old website. Few people cannot agree, and it does not look outdated, and Raku deserves a more polished one. The second thing comes from using static files in a very simple way for all this time. One specific bit of the Raku programming language is that it uses plenty, and I mean plenty, special characters. Say you want to index to create a page with a colon or a Unicode symbol in it. What happens next? You create files with appropriate names and then wait, no, you won't. You can't have Unicode characters in a properly formatted URL. You need to encode them using the % encoding schema. And second, you can't have the colon character in the file path. A natural solution would be to use % encoding for all the names, but instead the system wrote files using some very specific encoding schema, for example, replacing the colon character with a huge $colon $string, and when this leaked to the end users, it leaked really badly. Because we served the static files engines and its rewrites, as well as its kindness to serve URLs that are not really properly formatted, All of this were the tricks we used to pretend the situation works, but the primary concern here remains. We still need to have a proper, well-escaped URLs for all the pages making sense for all the software according to the official specs. Next, search. Quite a lot of concerns were about the search being far from perfect, so if you are going to rebuild things, why ignore the elephant in the room? And the last but not the least is the fact that the language is alive and changes, so we must deal with it appropriately. Here you can see the schema suggested to deal with the issues. As usual, we have Raku doc files as the primary source of the content information. What types, part of the language, routines, and so on are documented. It is a single repo everyone can commit to. It has plenty of testing and simple, short guidelines, so most of the authors are concerned only with those. Then, Documentable provides us API to work with the Raku doc files. In another repo related to the website, we have a crawl application plus all the assets necessary. Then application forms URL routing we want, extensible and clean dynamic one. The assets are also related to this website only, and if you want to change, say, the UI completely, you certainly can do it at ease, because not the documentable way of forming a bunch of static files, nor assets in the doc repo concern you anymore. The content and the presentation are rather independent. It also uses the pod to HTML repo, but improved. When you use it rather carefully to just once convert a number of files one by one, you don't need to worry about things like concurrency. You can live on with global variables in the code, and if you are generating only one particular website with it, you can live with some elements being just hard-coded. So to work with a dynamic site, we had to make it stronger, more reliable, more extensible and faster with the help of the crawl templates. I can also note this architecture allows us to extend the whole schema with more generators. Other modules can utilize the documentable API to gather the content files and produce ready documentation sets in other formats, not just web format. Let's look at the new UI. Here you can see the main page. The same URL structure can be seen on language, pages, types, routines and programs, of course. We can visit some of them. Here you can see various tutorials and guidelines gathered by category. By the way, you can change the theme too if you prefer darker colors, for example. So we can open some example. Of course, the code examples, they are colored, and you can run them, add results. Oh, by the way, you can even edit them. And of course, it works. Okay. Also, we have a search. We can search for some, like any type. No, I want any method. Okay, it works. And so we can see so far the UI looks alright, okay, but please report problems if you see them, and more so, please contribute if you like what you see. The next challenge we already described fairly well. In the hindsight, the way the static files serving was implemented is dubious, and we have to change it. With the new approach giving us dynamic routing, we can implement a set of routes serving for backward compatibility and a system catching and reporting visits through non-existing URLs. This way, there is no need to investigate all the possible legacy URLs created by a bug, an accident or not, during the decade, and pick those that are actually linked from somewhere in the outer world. Instead, in a gradual manner, we can build up a system of routes to redirect people from the URLs they know to those making sense according to the web standards. As you saw, the search got some goodies, but in my opinion, what matters is consistency over features. Let's look at how the search works on the website. You type in the keyword and can search among the types, routines, pages related to the language in general, and also not only complete pages but exact paragraphs placed within the pages. So we have a mapping from the search entry item to exact page or specific place on the page. While the first one is generated automatically by the software, the second number of references is indexed by hand of the writers using the X formatting code. As usual with Raku, the syntax of this formatting code is very advanced. You can index a term without text rendered in the actual document, index more than one term in a single formatting code. By the way, every index entry can have a number of upper-level terms, creating a tree-like hierarchy. Speaking about the docs, as we know them, the original idea was to apparently use the second level of the term to denote a category of the entry, be it a routine or a trait or something belonging to a general reference. The problem is, or was, due to unclear documentation, people often misuse the syntax, for example, mistaking where the index entry text should be and the category itself. The set of categories we indexing into was never really defined. People just sort of invented them on the spot, leading to accumulation of problems in this area. Much worse, the software processing the indexes to create URL anchors to point to a specific piece of content on the HTML page simply included everything available in the formatting code to form an anchor. What this means is that different ways of using this formatting code all over the docs, yes, there are thousands of such references, had no predictable and uniform format of the URL anchors for them, but a disorder and chaos, confusing people, the worst one can take from the TeamToAudio world. The ticket noting out the whole situation was opened 5 years ago, and at last recently a great migration was done. For writers, it means a couple of things. Most forms of the X formatting code are restricted to the simplest ones, which are the easiest to understand and process. They are to be documented and expressed in the form of a test suite. Next, a set of the categories is decided. Next, all the references in the documentation were converted to match the new guidelines. Next, the processing software was tweaked to form URL based on the index entry text, not the category, for example, which results in a more uniform format of URLs and allows changing, say, the text of the reference or a category without losing the URL. And as the last point, unfortunately, this area had issues with percent and escaping URL paths too, so now they escaped too. So far, we looked at some fundamental issues and solutions applied to them. From now on, it's the territory of new bits we have to deal with. Let's talk about versioning. People too often confuse two entirely different things, so let's go piece by piece with this. First thing is the fact the language we try to document is a moving target. It means sometimes things got added, removed, renamed or changed completely. Say we have a method X and it returned a list yesterday, but returns an array today. How can we approach the case now? We edit the method description. What about people who use older Raku versions? They don't get the info. Let's imagine the next situation. The method was removed completely. What's next? We can remove it. What happens to the URLs pointing to this method? Sure, they are broken. Does it mean with every change we lose pieces of information and break people's URLs? In short, yes, we do. How can we approach it differently? First, we need to start to version our documentation just like it's done universally for all the languages out there. As people were busy with heavy lifting the problems we already saw, this field is pretty new for decisions, so maybe your perspective would be very precious. It's not yet clear how exactly should we proceed. The first part of the puzzle is to prevent breaking URLs by deletion and changing content. Say, at some point of the time you declare the documentation is the first edition now in its current state. Then people do changes for months and you declare, alright, now it's version 1.1 or maybe 2 or maybe the date, I have no idea. So the idea is that the URLs can convey what version of the docs is displayed for the user. You can see the old ones, they are rendered perfectly, and if the version is encoded in the URL, you should get a guarantee you will be able to open the page and be welcome with, oh, this page is outdated, but it's not a horrible 404 error for you. Should it be tied to Raku releases? I don't know, probably not. But the fact is that the information is being constantly rewritten is something we should really deal with maybe later, but better than never. The second thing to look at is how we describe versions. You may have seen the remarks saying something along the lines of this and that was changed or introduced in this release of Raku. My issue with that is that all these lines are written a bit differently. There are no real official policies, guidelines, standards, nothing describing how the authors should work with this type of information. As Raku syntax is flexible, it would be awesome to enforce something simple, consistent, and testable for documentation writers instead of going the inconsistency and obscurity hell road one more time. Not only Raku specific things, but we can also reuse such a format for, say, operating system dependent things or just warnings and render them in some cool, easy to notice for the reader way. As the last point, I would like to note a couple of things I myself stand on as priorities related to future of the Raku documentation. First, let's forget about overcomplicating things for writers. Make simplicity and being absolutely obvious the main concern, plus a whole really hard about preventing misunderstandings and creating bugs from the beginning. Short and clear guidelines and testing, they do help here. Second, documentation is documentation and its presentation they should have very little idea about each other. Third, we promote Raku as a modern language, so things we present to end users should look shiny. Shameless advertisement time. So come write something to the Raku doc channel on Libera, contribute to docs as a writer, or contribute to the front end as a programmer. And now just ask me anything.
So that was it. I think Alexander is somewhere here, and if you have some questions, probably you can ask.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, all right. So I am ready for any questions. I can even start the video. Right. Hello, everyone. Okay. Still waiting for questions.
Hello, this is Anton. I have a question.
Yep.
So the computable documents, that's very interesting. Can you comment on what is the relation with, say, the Jupyter kind of connection with Raku? It seems to me that we're replacing 0MQ, which is the connection of Jupyter and Raku, with CRO. Maybe I'm wrong.
I'm not sure about that. The thing is how I implemented execution of examples is basically most simple thing that would work. So there are, I have a Docker container actually borrowed from the hlot.io project. And so when you press the run button, by JS, the code is sent back to the server, and the server pings the running Docker container, like, please execute this piece of code for me as a script, and then it gathers the output and passes it back to the website. So there is nothing fancy or like live interpreter kind of thing. It's just a simple how in, how out type of kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay. So you from a document, you're making a script. You execute on the script on Docker, and then you return the results.
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's how it works.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Alexander. I have a related question.
Yes.
Great presentation, great new site. That's great. Would it be possible for me to go build my own site with this feature where I can run cells with Raku inside a website?
Absolutely. I'm not sure if you are referring to hosting your own instance of what was built. Yes, sure. You will need a bit more advanced setup than just documentable as before. But anyway, so there are ready Docker files in the repo. So you can just run them, and that's it. Just build, run the container, and it works. That's if you are referring to running the same instance of what I did. Because the repo is public, so I hope anyone with Docker can run it. And without Docker, you can run it too, basically. But it's just that the setup is a bit more complicated. And if you want to build an entirely different website with entirely different UI, it's also really possible. I think that's what's great about documentable. It gives you API, and you can ask it like, okay, give me the pod for the any type or for such a method, and then you can process it somehow, rendering in any way, because the content doesn't know anything about the exact website. That was the primary idea. Yep, thank you. Any other questions?
Is there anything like unit testing the example code or guaranteeing that it works in any fashion?
For the website itself, or for documentable pod like helper libraries?
Both, either?
Either. Okay, so for helper libraries like pod2html, for example, of course, absolutely. For the website itself, no, but you are welcome to write some. The thing is, the whole thing was quite heavy lifting, because you have to deal with quite a lot of things at once. I think this website only closes like 30, more than 30 tickets in the doc repo. Some of them are big. So you just, well, also I'm lazy, so I don't write tests if I am not at work. At work I'm writing them always. Trust me. Yeah, Jonathan knows I work with him, so that's it.
I have a question. Is this this is on basically this exists currently in a repository? So if you want to see it, you have to run it yourself. It's not available in some sort of beta website.
Okay, it is available at because I hosted it myself, so it's just an IP and a port. I can like write it in chat if you fancy. So all right, I just wrote the URL to the chat, so please break it. I am pretty sure it does not run in a production mode, so some pages can load pretty slowly for the first time, and then they are cached. So just be sure that if some page loads for like 5 seconds, it's all right. But yes, there is a demo, and I think with the rest of the people concerned, we are kind of looking for a good way or maybe good timing to replace the current website with this one. If no one objects, because in the past there were some quarrels about if we should or shouldn't. So yes, you can try out the demo, and hopefully in soonish we will eventually replace the old websites. That's the plan. Yep. Any other questions?
And so this is a question both for Alexander and Steve. Actually, anyone who has used notebooks solutions with Raku, is it worth to translate these documents into notebooks, be that Jupyter or whatever? Because then there's some interactivity with which the experimentation with the documents, right? It can, I mean, this is how I see it, and it's not that hard, right? I mean, it's just right. It's just rewriting POT6 or HTML into whatever notebook formats. I'm looking for opinions here.
I'm not entirely sure what your point is. If you mean integrating some sort of live Raku interpreter with the website, then I think it can be done. In my opinion, you will have more problems with JS parts.
No, that's a little bit more complicated, but yes, okay. In that direction. I would rather have a downloadable version of the documents which are on the website, downloadable version as a notebook with which I can experiment and probably use some different examples and whatever, right? So this was my point, but something like what you're proposing actually would be very nice, right? So and we have this kind of online notebook evaluations. So
true, but I think we for all the time I'm working on this project, one of my main concerns is that we really lack JavaScript coders. It's strange because the language is popular, but apparently not a lot of people are up to contributing somehow. That's the main blockers. I had to write something myself, but I'm not that good. So
all right, yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Any other questions, or maybe it's the next talk? I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's time to go further, and it looks like Leon is ready. So yeah, let's learn about what he doesn't like in Raku. And thanks a lot, Alexander, by the way. Yeah. And just a reminder that probably we'll have, we already broke the schedule, but probably Leon will speak more than 20 minutes, which we planned. So after that, I still hope to fix the schedule. So yeah, Leon, it's your time again.
Okay, good. I've upgraded my Zoom, so I think it's going to work now. Are you guys seeing my screen now?
Well, it's better than last time, but there is but.
Yeah, some glitches can be seen on the screen.
I have no idea, but unless it's unwatchable, we'll have to do with this.
It's unwatchable. Are you on two screens? We had a problem yesterday.
Yes, I'm on two screens, and I could try to. Okay, let's see.
The problem yesterday seemed to happen when there was a share screen and then a slide to a second screen. So you might just try sharing it again.
Okay. Let's see. It's okay. I'm gonna computers and the people who write software for them. Let's see. Turn it off. Apply. I'm gonna try again. Share screen.
Now it works.
Looks
Okay.
great.
I can see that.
Okay. That's unfortunate because that means I can't really see the okay. I hope the chat thing isn't annoying for you guys, but okay, then
I like the file name, Raku Rant.
Yes, I am good at ranting, as some of you may know. Things that annoy me in Raku. Before we get started, I should emphasize that what I'm saying here because I want to improve the language, not because I hate it. It's I was not sure if was gonna do this talk because it does feel a bit negative, but most of these things really are things that I hope that we can improve, and that it's much more than I can improve myself. So I'm kind of hoping to motivate some of you to help me fix these things. Also, a lot of this is really because Raku is a language that sets high expectations. The things that go smoothly go very, very smoothly, and that makes it all the more noticeable when something doesn't work as easily or as cleanly as it should. There is a vague order in this presentation. I'm first going to look at things in the language itself, then I'm going to look at the implementation, and lastly, the ecosystem. And in this presentation, there are going to be a couple of rules of thumb that are going to be recurring. So I'm going to start out with mentioning those. The first of all is distance to theory. In general, Raku has a lot of fairly theoretical things very well worked out. Stuff like lazy lists or like a whole family of numeric types and that sort of things. But a lot of the more practical things were not fully worked out before Christmas. And in my experience, a lot of weaknesses are in that general area. Secondly, in my experience, the distance to Crow matters, because most of the people who care about who actually work on Raku seem to be using Crow. And therefore, if the program that you're writing generally looks like a Crow application, your experience is going to be a lot smoother than if your application does not look like a Crow application at all, because it's using features that are not nearly as well tested and not nearly as well solved. And then there's malleability. My frame of reference is Perl, as many of you, but not all of you. And Perl is the sort of language that is highly malleable, but it's largely accidental malleability. You can do nearly anything, but it's usually not via some insane way. You're going to end up, like hacking the symbol table and that sort of thing. And people manage to build up a meta object protocol that way, but it's very dirty. In Raku, these things tend to be much, much cleaner and smoother and actually usable. However, that also means that it's only the things that people actually thought to make malleable that are in practice malleable. And sometimes in surprising moments, you hit points where it suddenly isn't malleable anymore because no one thought to add that. Therefore, it's not suddenly not possible. And yes, lastly, I want to repeat Larry's well-known motto, because this is also going to be recurring. Easy things should be easy, and hard things should be possible. This was a motto for Perl, and this has always been a motto for Raku. And mostly the language is doing well on doing both of these, but occasionally it's erring and then only doing one of these two things. And lastly, there's another pattern that I want to mention. Sometimes a feature does multiple things and they're coupled. They're tightly coupled, and this is a problem when you only want one of those things. Let me give you an example. Attributes. We all know this. We all use this. You can say has $.foo, and you can say has $!bar. And the first will declare a public attribute, and the second will declare a private attribute. Except it's not actually this simple, because it's doing multiple things. Most obviously, that dot is creating an accessor. This is usually why you want to use this. And secondly, it's setting up a constructor argument. But it actually does more than these two things. It also affects the default .raku serialization, and it also affects capturization, turning it in a capture, which is important when you're destructuring a value in a subsignature. This is a lot of features for a single character. And this can get annoying when you only want a subset of these features. Now, this is somewhat improved a few years ago by the addition of isBuilt. If you declare an attribute as isBuilt, then that sets up a constructor argument, or not if you say isBuilt false. It also affects the serialization, it turns out, which is sort of logical, because in theory, the serialization should be available and you should end up with the same value. It does not affect the capturization. And this is this general pattern. This is just a tiny example of this pattern, but a recurrent one. When, in my opinion, these things should be more finely. I forgot the word. This should be more finely settable, and you should be. And you should be able to choose for each fine-grained. Yes, thank you. And you should be able to set each of these 4 traits of these attributes individually. Because the problem is not that the defaults are wrong. The defaults are fine, but getting things to work exactly the way you want to when it's something different is more difficult than it should be. This is a case of making easy things easy. That part is very well done, but like making the difficult thing possible is not entirely invented yet. So yes, we should split them out more. Another major annoyance of mine is namespacing and loading modules. In Raku, loading a module is very much tied to a compilation unit. When you say low foo, it will load a foo.raku mod. And this means that the organization of your codes inside your project is actually part of the external interface of your module. And this annoys me because it really shouldn't be. This should be an internal implementation detail that you should be able to trivially change without affecting your users. This also means that when you're organizing your module, you actually have to plan ahead for this and think of what kind of interface you want to provide. Most modules end up using a lot of small files and put every class or a module into a separate file. And the problem with this is this. This is an example from the internals from Red, where you see it's using 29 includes all from the same module just to get working. This is a lot of overhead to write, and to me, this feels like boilerplate that should not be necessary. Though this, in my experience, this is what most people do. This is not what I do. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the chat. Yes, that is an author's choice, but I don't think that this should be this visible on the outside. What I tend to do is put a lot of things in one file so that one use actually gives you the entire framework. Which to me is a lot more usable to end users, but it's kind of annoying because putting a lot of code in one file tends to be frowned upon. To give you an example, one of my recent modules, protocol Postgres, has 1,400 lines in one file, and this would and this would probably horrify most of you. But on the other hand, this contains 84 classes and enums, and for me, splitting it up in 84 files would just have too much overhead of where is what. And yes, in an ideal world, we can pave over this. I'll get back to that. The third approach would be a hybrid approach, putting multiple types into one compilation units. I find this fairly confusing because then you're suddenly wondering, what do I need to load to get this type? Though I have seen that occasionally, and I have done that occasionally as well. Ideally, I would like to see some magic, some tooling that can pave over this so that you can just say, for example, like use crow HTTP and then be able to use all of crow HTTP instead of, like having to load all the different classes that you need to solve some crow problem. Because really the internals of a module should not be this visible for an end user. Then enums. This is a pet peeve of mine. I probably care about this more than other people would. I really hate how this works in an amount that is not really rational. This is a simple enum declaration that declares two enum values, int and string, and this has a problem. You see, the enum values are actually installed into two different namespaces. They're installed into that type namespace and into the enclosing namespace. And here you see the problem, because int is already a type, and enum values share namespaces with types, and then suddenly things break. This is even worse when you're exporting enums, because then you actually have to take into account that your enum values may not collide with some other user's codes when you don't know what kind of names occur in that code, which effectively means when exporting an enum, you absolutely must make sure that you will not get collisions, and you have to adapt your naming for that. So typically you end up with duplication like this, where you declare something. This, instead of int, you have to call it int type and string type. Which is which I find fortunate. Personally, this is probably personal taste, and I'm expecting some of you to disagree with that. But personally, I would rather type ::int instead of int type, for the reason that it's much more self-documenting code. It will actually declare that where this value is coming from, which again, especially when exporting an enum, makes it much clearer what is this value. So yes, I would much rather have it work the other way around. I would really love, as a second option, to have a trait that could make it behave like this, but I haven't been able to find. I've tried to implement this and I haven't succeeded at this yet. But yes, this is a very personal annoyance, and I get it if people don't agree with me here. But yes, I see people in the chat talking about exporting, and there are several things about exporting that really frustrate me. The minor annoyance is that the default is default exportation. That means that if you declare a function as isExport, it will be exported unless the user asks for something else. This tends to work great for small modules where you're exporting a few functions. If you're writing anything large, then you really want to use groups and like explicit exporting, because otherwise you either export way too much, or it can also get very confusing of what do you export. If you see a function used in a random module, you can't easily look up from the declarations where does it come from. You're actually going to have to look up every module that's included and then look at, like, does this module export this function? Does that module export that function? And being more explicit about this, generally speaking, tends to make it a lot easier to figure out what a piece of code is doing. But this is just a minor annoyance. My main annoyance with exporting is that it's very, very passive. That essentially the exporting module declares new are the functions I'm willing to provide, and then some machinery inside of Raku imports that into the new compilation units. That means that the exporting code has no idea of what that other module is, and you can't use this to do almost anything that requires such knowledge. To give you an example, I've been wanting to write a pod usage module that would export a generate usage based on the documentation instead of generating something from the main prototype. And this is impossible. This is literally impossible because my module has no idea what other module it should be talking about in the first place. It also can't reach the pod variable, but that's a second step. It just doesn't know. It doesn't have that kind of control, and anything that does anything interesting like that is currently entirely impossible, because this exporting has not been made malleable enough to do the things beyond what it's designed for. But yes, I was already talking about pod. I have a lot of annoyances about pod. I think they can be fixed. But yes, my first very minor annoyance is that pod it's a scalar variable that is an array, which, for example, forces me to do silly things like this. It would be slightly easier to use if it wasn't, but my actual problem with it is that it's an array in the first place. I'll get back to that. And another annoyance is the way how declarator block works. If you use this special comment, then it will add this information to the .y methods. Oh, there is a slide missing here. it will add this information to the .y of this subroutine. It will also push this information to the $is_pod variable. Once again, this function does two different things, and I generally only wanted to do one of them, because this also means that the ordering suddenly relative to the rest of the documentation matters. If you're using this, then this is forcing you to actually put everything that should come before this has to come before this in the documents, and everything that has to come after this has to come after. And if you're someone like me who prefers to write most of the documentation afterwards, then you're out of luck, because then suddenly you have to do weird tricks with the $is_pod variable, because you get them in the order that they're written, which is not necessarily the order that you want the user to see. Which again, it makes an easy thing easy, but it does two things at the same time, and it can get confusing. Which brings me to the essential problem with $is_pod, that it's a fairly flat array. If you write your pod, then the structure of it is essentially this. There's a header 1, there's some text, there's a header 2, and there's more text. And this is not a structure that I would want to have to deal with. What I would want is for the structure to actually be hierarchical and be more semantic. Like there's a section and it has text, and a subsection, and that has more text. Now you may wonder, why would I want that? Well, good question, actually. The reason for this is Pod 6 is actually a really, really good idea that has not been worked out well. Having pod as like actual code, as actual variable, is very, very valuable if you want to weave it. In Perlland, pod weaver used by Dizilla is a well-known example of this. This is a very, very powerful model if you actually want to degenerate your documentation in your code, if you want to transform your documentation in your code. And we're kind of not doing any of that at this moment. This is very poorly facilitated, and it's very wasteful, because the way we're currently using pod, it might as well be comments the way the documentation is in any other language. We're not actually using any of the potential power here. But we are having the negative effects. I mean, GitHub is never going to run this because they don't want to run code. We're paying this cost, but we're not actually getting any of the benefits, because we're not developing into our documentation as a more living thing, as an actual piece of code that is created. And I think this and I think that we should develop it more into that direction, because if you do this well, if you have, I mean, it's quite telling that this whole namespace for pod variable only has one variable. This is just plain silly. This is begging to have more hooks and knobs attached to it. Like I said, the declarator blocks really should be passed through some pod variable that is a callback that will process the declarator variable. We should have a powerful system for gathering documentation, gathering everything together, and formatting that into a proper document that, for example, could already be written during when you're releasing or building your distribution. And that way, we can actually save a lot of boilerplate when dealing with documentation, which is the thing that you actually want. I suspect this was the original intention of pod 6, because I can't think of any other reason to make pods actual code. But we never really worked it out well, both on the producing and on the consuming side. And I think that's really a shame, because this is a really, really powerful idea that we are currently just using as if it's pod 5. So yes, I would really love to see more support for generating these things much more dynamically. You know, for example, what if what if we had like modules that would automatically add like name, version, author, copyright information, gathers all the methods together, all that sort of thing. We could do this. We're not doing this yet, and we're not really facilitating it yet in a lot of ways. So yes, this is annoying me, and we should fix this, because we can fix this. So yes, some implementation issues. So yes, the internals of especially more, but to some extent Raku itself, are surprisingly inaccessible unless they've been made explicitly accessible. This is a choice. This is mostly a good choice. I'm not criticizing this. Like 95% of the time, I agree with this choice, because I'm one of the maintainers of Perl, and I really hate some of the things people do with it. However, this can really be a problem when you need it to do something that you can't do in your own code. For example, one of my current frustrations are asynchronous pipe and asynchronous is that UDP? I meant Unix sockets. That slide is wrong. Currently, it is impossible to use asynchronous Unix sockets from Raku, because the async model is a fairly high-level model implemented in more. And that means that if these asynchronous features are not implemented in more, then you can't do them. And the same way, asynchronous pipes are not supported, which is mainly annoyance, because that means I can't read standard in asynchronously. I can't be the only person who's been dealing with these issues. And this is very frustrating for me, because we have a very powerful asynchronous model. I see a question, is this about libuv? Libuv can do both of these things just fine. It's just that we are currently not exposing it, and I've looked at it. Exposing it requires a more VM expert. It's not something that I can easily do without investing a lot of time in learning more VM, which I haven't found the time for yet. So yes, this is the downside of this approach. It's putting a lot more responsibility on the implementation, and it sometimes means that we have these really fairly arbitrary limitations that are very difficult to explain to an outsider. Like, why can't you open a Unix socket? Everyone can open a Unix socket. So yes. And then one of my pet peeves, argument parsing. I've spoken about this before. Because yes, the default argument parser is an opportunistic blind parser that will turn any arguments you throw at it into a capture, and then we'll try to call the main function with that capture. And this works great. It's a very low. It's a very automatic. It's a great interface until it doesn't work. And there are two issues with it. The external interface facing the end user is somewhat unorthodox because it doesn't always know enough to provide the typical Unix interface. And secondly, it is known to give terrible, terrible errors. I think there's an option nowadays to fix this, but until fairly recently, like if you said minus foo bar, then it wouldn't know if bar is an argument for foo or not. So then it would just assume it isn't, which means that this very common Unix interface was fairly impossible until recently, and it's still a bit fragile now, though nowadays it is possible. You also can't easily do something like, minus J2, where 2 is an argument to J, because it doesn't know that yet. It doesn't have enough information to decide that when it's parsing the external arguments. But my main issue with it really is the terrible errors that it gives. Here you see me making a typo when running Zeph, and I get this wall of text that doesn't actually tell me what I've done wrong, even though my mistake is actually very simple and silly. And it could have told me I don't know the subcommand install, and then I could have figured it out. If it could have even told me, I think you mean install with a double L, that would be even better. And instead, I get this very, very confusing wall. And if I haven't seen this before, then I have no idea what I'm dealing with. Oh, there are some slides missing here. Great. Okay, I'm gonna have to talk. Wait, I can solve this. I'm gonna do something very dangerous in live codes because apparently some of my sheets dropped out. Raku bin, but but actually there are a bunch of these issues. For example, if I type this, then I get a slightly better error, but it still doesn't tell me you forgot to type your module name. If I type this, install timeout is 3.5, then I still get an error because timeout is an integer and this is a rat, and it trips over that. Yes, larger fonts. Yes, that's a very good suggestion. Where do I set the fonts? There. Custom fonts. Let's make that 20. Andel mono 20. Okay. So yes, that still doesn't give me a lot of information about what I did wrong. Like basically, essentially, every error gives me the same. Oh, something's on. Yes. If I give it twice, then it will pass a list, and it doesn't tell me what I've done wrong. It keeps giving me the same error, and this annoys me. This annoys me because this could have been better. It could give errors like I don't know this option, or I don't know this subcommand, or I can't convert this input into an integer. That's the kind of errors that I would like to see. But because it's an opportunistic parser, it can't really do that sort of thing. So yes. So generally speaking, I'm gonna plug one of my modules once again. I wrote get up long because yes, I see JJ say I really like slash minus minus slash. Yes, that's another case of having he says he dislikes Zef install minus minus slash whatever. Yes, this is another case of a very unorthodox interface. I think there's currently a pull request on Raku that allows for this. This is another thing that get up long will fix for you. And personally, I would generally, I'm biased, but I would very much recommend doing that because it will do something much closer to what most people expect. Likewise, a more another annoyance of mine is the sick pipe handling, which is a good example of things work great when your application is a Crow application, but it works a lot less well when it's a CLI application, because Raku by default ignores chat is distracting. Ignore SIGPipe, but in a lot of command line applications, you don't want this. Because, for example, if you implement the yes command in Raku and then pipe it to a head, then you get this error, which is entirely correct, but also entirely unhelpful, because if head stops reading from the command line, you just want your program to end. Yes, maybe I should pay less attention to the chat. So last week I released a SIGPipe module that will fix this for you. If you write a command line implementation application, I would recommend using this, because this will magically make it do the right thing with its pipes. If you're using a Crow application, you should not be using this, because this is going to be annoying for networked applications. Great. For some reason, I have an old version of this. Another one of those annoying things about the implementation is native call has is really brilliant at making easy things easy. I've never seen an FFI implementation that feels as natural as native call. Because it's very smooth for a fixed set of functions, which is very ironic, because it's actually not allowing you to do the thing that every other FFI actually does, which is a much more dynamic approach, where you're dynamically saying, please give me this function with this prototype, which is something that you don't actually need most of the time, but when you suddenly need it, it's not exposed at all. I mean, it's almost possible, but not quite. And then why is this important? I will get back to that really soon, because lastly, I'm going to talk about the ecosystem. Ecosystems are hard. They're very hard. And to be very honest, Sturgeon laws applies. Sturgeon's law is 90% of everything is CRUD. He may have been a bit of a pessimist, but in practice, on any ecosystem, this is not a Raku problem. On any ecosystem, you're going to look up for a module that solves a problem that you have, and then you actually need to check, does it really solve my problem? Because it might only solve 50% of the problem space, and then it doesn't solve the specific problem that you have. What you see a lot is that there are like 8 modules and they all solve a different 50%. Then you have to look for the one that covers the specific needs that you have. And again, this is not at all a Raku problem. I certainly don't think that the Raku ecosystem is worse than other ecosystem modules. I do think that because it's a bigger problem, because the ecosystem is smaller, so then you have a larger chance that there is no module that solves your problem, and then you have to write your own and add to this. There are and just add to this proliferation of modules that might only solve part of the problem. And I think a part of this problem is that ultimately we talk a lot about -O fun. O fun is important. I don't want to piss on that, but ultimately it can't solve every problem. Sometimes, especially with the more difficult problems, you actually need expertise to know what do I need to do to solve this problem for at least 90% of all use cases, because that's the thing that you actually want. And I'd like you all to think about, what are my areas of expertise? What problems do I know so well that I can actually solve this for like 90% of users that have such a problem? And I'd really wish we'd focus more on that, because we have a lot of making easy things easy modules in the ecosystem. We don't necessarily have enough modules that also make the hard thing possible. Okay, let me give you a personal example. My first Raku module was TAP, which is used by Zeph and MI6 to run your tests when you're like building a module. And why did I write that module? Well, I actually maintained the Pro 5 equivalent of it. So I knew the problem. I had a lot of annoyances about this module that I inherited, and I'd been wanting to rewrite that for a while, and I just decided, let's try that in Raku instead. And given the fact that no one else has tried to do this since, I'm pretty sure that I got this right because I knew this problem well. And I think we need a lot more of that. I hope I'm not. And I think we should focus more on like, what are the. Sorry, I don't want to make myself sound like I'm super amazing for writing this, because I think all of us can write modules like that. All of us have areas of expertise. And yes, I really wish, instead of focusing, we focus a lot on like this area, there's no module for this yet, so I'm going to try to fix that. I don't necessarily think that is the most efficient way of approaching this problem. So yes, my other problem with the ecosystem is that I wish we had more ambition. It is because, like, fundamentally, Raku is an extremely ambitious language. Raku is a language that goes to places where other languages haven't gone. And I don't think we are nearly doing this enough in the ecosystem yet. Because don't get me wrong, it's important to have all of the basics, but yes, I'm vaguely paying attention to that. It's important to have all the basics and all the modules that everyone else also has, but if we want this to be successful, then we also need to do things that other people aren't doing. We need to do things that are actually so much better on an ecosystem level that it becomes that it will draw people to the language because of that. For example, this is one of my crazy ideas, and this is just an idea, and I hope all of you have crazy ideas like this too. I would really love to have a good integration with the GObjects ecosystem in Gear. Now you may wonder what is GObject. It's an object-oriented framework written in C that is the basis for GNOME and GTK and that entire and all related ecosystems. And it was very explicitly designed to be very binding friendly and to be very FFI friendly. Now these very smart people have also written Gear, which is the GObject introspection repository. This is essentially a database with all the information about these GObjects, like classes, methods, attributes, constants, enums, everything. Now you may think this sounds very familiar, then yes, you're right. What I would really love to see is, if we could combine like native call with a mop, and then suddenly, if we have a good loader for this, then suddenly, magically, we have this entire ecosystem full of useful code that we can use as like first-class objects in Raku. And that can, and vice versa, that that can use our classes when you're overriding stuff. And that suddenly means that Raku would not only be a viable language to write like GNOME applications, I think we can actually make it the best scripting language objectively for writing these applications because it has an easier access to all of these libraries than anyone else. And that suddenly, I think that would be like a game changer. That would open up a niche where it's not just possible to use Raku, but where we can actually argue why it's desirable to use Raku in that ecosystem, in that niche, because it's not just GTK and GNOME. It also gives like WebKit. It gives like audio support, video support, notifications, keychain, JavaScript engine should you need it. And this suddenly means that Raku would be usable for not usable and desirable for an entirely new type of application. So yes, I think we should be more ambitious in how we use our ecosystem and cater for like very different users that we aren't catering for it yet. And like, this is just an example. I'm sure other people have other ideas that could be just as much of a game changer. And I'd love to hear about those ideas. And I think we should really aim that high. Because if we want Raku to be successful, we need to aim that high. We shouldn't just do what everyone else do. We should aim just as high in the ecosystem as we do in the language. And with that, I would like to finish my presentation. Do you have any questions?
I have a question, actually. I wanted to thank you for the presentation. I thought it was great and felt myself nodding along at a lot of times and shaking my head at others, which is exactly what I think a good presentation like this should do. But I wanted to go back to what you were saying before you got into the ecosystem stuff with making the easy things easy and the hard things possible. And especially when you're talking about like attribute creation. It strikes me that a lot of the things you were talking about as hard things possible are possible right now. They're just kind of verbose. If you want to have a different serialization, you can define a custom Raku method. If you want to have a different build process, you can define a build or a tweak method. So are you wanting things to be hard things that are currently possible to be sort of middle ground, like easier, or can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, I mean, it's a lot of those things aren't entirely impossible, but it's like with the .raku, if you just want like to add, if you want to use the existing serialization, but just add or remove one item, this is not impossible, but actually quite difficult.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually quite a lot of work to make like a small customization like that, because essentially you have to re-implement the entire thing. So yes,
Right.
you're right, it's not entirely possible, but it's sufficiently difficult that you're probably going to skip on it.
Okay, so maybe for some of these things, we should not only aim for the easy things to be easy and the hard things to be possible, but the like medium things to be medium as well.
Yes. Yes, that is a very good suggestion.
That makes sense. Thanks again.
I think Anton was next.
Yeah, thank you. Very nice presentation. So I would say for the last call you kind of made for ambitious applications, I would say, and so maybe I'm flattering myself, but my machine learning efforts, into Raku are in that realm. And I can make an analogy with Scala. Basically, nobody cared about Scala before somebody wrote the Spark library, which was used in machine learning. And so it's a little bit like that. Also, if I'm selfish, I live in America, so if I decide to be a selfish capitalist for whatever reasons, it's actually good for me, Raku, not to be that famous or not that used, because most people have no idea what I can do with Raku, right? And it's just like a secret weapon. I mentioned this yesterday. Now, the high quality of the libraries, yeah, lots of tests, lots of documentation. There's no other way around it, especially with machine learning, especially with this conversational agent perspectives I'm taking. It's so complicated to combine them into one thing, right? Or into pipelines, but you need to have the unit testing and the documentation. But again, this is a little bit more specific to the machine learning efforts, I'm talking about. Maybe this recommender, which I just made, so to speak, for this conference, the recommender of Raku packages based on Raku land ecosystem, it can be actually addressing some of the Sturgeon law, properties you mentioned, right? I need to think more about it, but basically, only 1/3 of the documentation of the packages have README files. So on a first level, right, that's actually kind of a measure of quality, right? Like, do you have a README file? Is it, how many examples, how many words, and so forth, right? So something like this, which is probably very, too statistical to be useful, but at least, it can be used as a signal for, addressing the Sturgeon law. And I'm sorry, I mentioned 3 things or 5 things, but yeah, these were my comments.
Yes, it's so to reply to what you said before, we often talk about languages as if language features make languages popular and successful. And I strongly believe it's really the ecosystem that does, because if you look basically look at Rails. Rails got popular because they were the first to get web frameworks right. Like, it's not even like 6 months later, nothing was special about Rails anymore, but they just were the first to get that sort of thing right. I think Node got popular because they were the first to get asynchronous frameworks right. And in general, first they were essentially the first to have a good async story, and that's why they got popular. And I think we're gonna need to find the areas where we can actually have something that's actually better than the existing things. I suspect async is a general area where we're strong and has a lot of opportunities. Yes, we have to lean on our language. We have to have an ecosystem that leans on our language strengths, but it really has to, do something new and spectacular, I think, to make the language as successful as I think it deserves to be.
Last comment here. Sorry if I talk too much. Something like what you mentioned is also the so-called Lisp curse, in when too many people who are good at programming, basically doing, half-made, functionalities. Raku, in my opinion, is the only competitor of Mathematica which does not come from a Lisp. It's a not Lisp descendant. Mathematica, it's almost like it's a great system. It's an old system. Almost nobody uses it in a sense, right? And it's extremely hard to convince people to do it for whatever reasons. And there are multiple reasons for this, but it's exactly it. There are lots of parallels also. Like it's very extensible. It's very, there's like high quality, whatever, right? It's also like a secret weapon of mine, but it's not enough. There's some, as you say, there should be some, I don't know, killer application or some kind of fashion of fault, but sometimes it's just luck, right? It doesn't matter how much quality you saturate the ecosystem with, right? It's just people might not pay attention anyway. So, yeah, and thank you again.
Anyone else have any questions? Then I think I'm going to give it back to Andrew.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So thanks for talking. Yeah, so we are behind the schedule, but nevertheless, so if Liz is ready, we can pass the microphone to her.
Well, not just me, I hope. I hope that Daniel will join me and other
Yeah,
people.
sure. You are the main the main speaker who submitted the talk. But sure, yeah, you can join all together.
I guess Jeffrey should be here. I guess people should should start asking questions. It is a Q&A, so I guess we depend on questions from people about the Raku Steering Council. Right, Vadim?
So who all do we have from the steering council? I know I'm here. Maybe Liz, we should go around and just each say hi and make sure everyone knows who we are. I think most people do, but hi, I'm Daniel. Liz, you've already spoken. Who else do we have here?
Jeffrey Broadwell.
William Bellman.
JJ Merello here.
Yeah, it looks like Nick and Stefan Seibent are not with us, so I guess that's just the 5 of us. And I guess if there's no questions, we can go to the next presentation.
That would be one way to get back on schedule.
Probably the fastest. I'm actually surprised that that nobody's asking any questions. Like there are open issues for the council. There are things that have been controversial over the last year. I'm curious if anybody has anything they would like to ask us or thoughts they would like to put in that don't need to be recorded for posterity. Oops, wait, I'm sorry, we're live and recording.
Would it be possible just to give a brief overview of the last couple of meetings? I mean, you can read the minutes, which I do from time to time, but they're not very long. They don't give any indication of sort of where you're going forward as a council. What's your main priorities as a council? Are you working? What feedback? More feedback would you want from the community? I mean, you just asked us now. Ask us questions without telling us that you weren't going to make a sort of presentation to begin with. So I'm throwing out a very broad one. I would like to know, what are your immediate concerns? What are your plans? How can we help?
Okay, I guess I'll be taking this then. Am I? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
We can hear you, Liz. And why don't you start? I'll have some thoughts as well, but go ahead and get us started, Liz.
Well, I guess the steering council basically got created because we wanted to get into a situation where for the hard decisions, Jonathan Worthington, the de facto pumpkin, would not have to be bothered anymore. And I guess we taken a little step from that, further from that, from then. But I would say at the moment, you could argue we are a bit in a I would say in a lull with the steering council. We have, I guess, the situations around us are at least also affecting me personally, as well as Vadim very definitely. I mean, the situation in Ukraine is basically on our minds all of the time. And yeah, sometimes it's hard to get people together for meetings and to actually get to a point where we decide something. So I guess if we're going to make any resolutions, we should be trying to actually make more decisions in the future. And that's a lot of problem-solving issues that we can decide on if we set our minds to it. And that's, I guess, is what I wanted to say about that. Daniel?
One thing I wanted to add is, in one of the ways the question was phrased in the chat is like, what are we steering towards? And I don't want to speak for the whole council, but one thing that I have been trying to put some time and energy into over the last couple of years, and especially the last few months, has been making sure that we, as the Raku community, are working not at cross purposes, at the very least, with YAS and the broader Perl and Raku community. The YAS, also known as the Raku Foundation or the Perl Foundation, but more formally known as Yet Another Society, has a fair amount of money and institutional resources and organizational resources that they are willing to devote to the support of the Perl and Raku ecosystems. They, for example, put on the Perl and Raku Conference just recently, but a lot of times the people who are most active in the leadership of that community draw much more heavily from the Perl side of the Perl and Raku community than from the Raku side. And I know that there are good historical reasons for that. But it's also the case that the organization as a whole is supposed to be supporting both of our communities. So part of what I've been trying to do, and part of what I view as a legitimate part of the steering council's mission, is to make sure that that we are represented in that space and do have the sort of voice, and that they are aware of what they can do to support our community just as much as they support the Perl community. And in terms of what you can do to help on that, attending meetings, or for people who are in the States, or in North America, or can get to North America, attending the conferences. Bruce was there, Matthew was there. We had several Raku attendees at the Perl and Raku conference, but we didn't have as many talks as we could have. There was some question from YAS of like, do we want to keep including Raku in this conference if we're not going to get more talk submissions? So, that's an area where I would encourage more people to be involved in the future, assuming we do want to continue having a North American conference, which I think is good. I think it's an area that raises Raku's profile and draws more people, gets more people exposed to the idea of Raku. And I can tell you, just even myself, the number of people I talked to at that conference who hadn't heard of Raku before, but were exposed to it and interested in learning more about it was pretty high. So that's one area that I've been working on, and that the council as a whole has been working on it, at least to some extent.
Well, I guess there's no more questions.
I could throw in one, maybe.
Oh, well,
yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, if it's okay. You kind of answered, Daniel, the thing I was originally thinking of asking about what's going on with steering council towards the yes, yet another society. But I'm also wondering if you guys have any specific ambitions, something you think is worth addressing, or as you look at as an issue or a set of issues you would like to raise in order to improve some situation. Like, do you have you made some thoughts around that? Could you say something about that?
Well, I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure I followed that. Could you say a little bit more about, could you expand on that a little bit? I just didn't quite follow what you were asking.
I'm wondering about ambitions for the steering council. What do you have any specific visions for the future? Maybe for the my original thought was towards the Yet Another Society and the Raku and Pearl foundations, but also maybe to solve or address something you would like to address for the general community in some sort. Where are your thoughts going for the future right now?
I think there's a certain amount of stuff that is, oh, sorry to cut you off, Liz.
No, go ahead.
I think there are some things that we kind of generally see as like larger community issues that need to be dealt with. And some of it is a matter of, coming together as a group to come to some decision, or to kind of take a rough idea and make it a little bit tighter, and then for people to go off and implement it. And I gotta say, Liz has been one of the top people for implementing ideas coming out of the council. She's done a whole bunch of that sort of stuff. But it's like, for example, when we decide, okay, how are we going to deal with the fact that CPAN does not provide some of the functionality that we need to get people moved over to Zeph, what is involved there, and then we talk it through and we kind of go, you know what, somebody needs to sit down and start moving all the community stuff. We need to make sure that people have the tools that they need. So a lot of it is getting people together to figure out what needs to be done to solve something that everybody sees as a community issue. And to decide what we're going to do about cases where, we've got to make a fundamental change. Are we actually going to do it? Are we going to do it over time? How long until we decide to turn off something? Like, when do we turn off the P6C ecosystem as a default? Like, when do we make these various changes? So those kind of things come up in our discussions quite a bit. I don't think that we have a roadmap per se. I think we have sort of a list of things that we're working on and discussions that we have about them and how to move forward on them. There's things that each of us find important and that we kind of bring up in our discussions, but it's not so much that we have a fixed roadmap or a fixed goal or something like that. Go ahead, Liz.
There's one roadmap goal that I think the Raku Steering Council is responsible for, and that's getting out the next version of the Raku language, aka 6E, and trying to make that happen. Of course, it all depends on people actually doing work to make that happen. And it would be nice if there would be more people trying to help with that. And I think I'm very glad with all of the efforts that Alexander and all the other people in the doc on the documentation are now doing, because that is a weak point of the Raku ecosystem community, if you will. And I'm very glad that they're working on that. And there's other stuff that people could do. And nothing comes to mind actually that just jumps out, because there's just too many things that you can do. So ask me privately what could be done, and I'll tell you what could be done. But getting 6E out is, I think, the main goal that the Raku Steering Council has at the moment, I would say.
And to address very briefly, to the extent your question was specifically about YAS, the short-term goal there, we already have the Raku Foundation as a alias for YAS, but we want very much to have a website where that does not mention Perl, where we can direct someone to donate to grants that support Raku development, that say, where we can do that without needing to explain the historical ties with Perl to someone who may not be familiar with all of that history. And YAS is already on board with that, and that work is currently in progress.
And from my side, I would like to add that the situation as I see it now, normally when you have some kind of big ambitions, you need some kind of ground to base them upon. And that ground is, it has to be prepared first. And we basically started from scratch, from zero. And it's not about the steering council alone, but it's about the Raku language, I would say, because we can say that it's only a few years as the language is out of development. A lot of problems organizational in first place. So I would say that the primary task of this steering council is to have those grounds prepared, and releasing 6E is probably the key things to be done. And when it's done, there are more. There are going to be more time and more resources to do other important things. But so far, we need to resolve a lot of smaller issues, so that when we move on to the next steering council, they will need to spend less time on those minor details. That's probably the biggest ambition for us, to prepare the next level of organizational work for the language.
I think JJ Adria want to say something.
Yeah. Sorry. So I have this is sort of motivated, I guess, because of some stuff that I'm going to mention in my talk, but also stuff that came up in Leon's talk. I was wondering if you see it as part of the role of the steering council to I don't know how to phrase this question. Let me start again. There are modules in the ecosystem that are very high priority, for the community. Stuff that like that offers database support, or like testing, things that are of course the work of their authors, but the community relies on very much.
Modules that are upriver, I think, is the phrase that they use in Perl.
Right. So and some of them have been around for a long time because they're essential, and some of the ones that have been around for a long time are not necessarily very actively maintained. I know that a lot of them have ended up in the Raku community module sort of organization, and that there is a page to sort of adopt them. Do you see that as one of the things that the steering council needs to sort of push forward, or is that something that you expect the community to handle?
I hope we can actually push the community to handle this, but in practice, it comes down to a few people that are very active, and I have been one of them, porting a lot of modules, and at one point I got sick of it again and decided to do something else because it's supposed to be fun. So In a little while, I'll probably get back to porting modules again if nobody else does it, and so that's how it basically works, I think. But please, if you are willing to look at a upriver module, even if it's not in the community modules repo, because there's plenty of modules that are upriver that are actually also not maintained, but still in the original authors repos and also sort of dormant there. Please do start by making PRs, kick the authors a little bit in the butt so that they can actually start doing stuff again for Raku. That would help. But yeah, most welcome. And if you want to have things happen faster, you will have to do it or get somebody else to do it. Salve?
All right. So, more questions from me. So I haven't followed much what the steering council has been, you guys have been doing. So apologies if this is known information. Have you had any discussions or decisions around delegating some tasks to, say, for example, the Raku Foundation, or giving them a formal mandate? And an example for that would, for example, be giving them a mandate to do fundraising, for example, in order to get enough funding to hire someone to do all kinds of boring stuff that one wouldn't be able to find a volunteer for. Has this been a topic, or is this something you would be open to do if it hasn't been a topic?
It's certainly been something that we've had to do for the administration of the domains and just the technical side of it. So we have a technical team for Raku's various online pieces. And that is something that we have sometimes spent more time on, sometimes less, but the big thing was that, you know, originally it was a scattered mess, and so a fair portion of where the steering council came in was saying, okay, we need to collect this together. We need to get all the information to a small number of people that is not exactly one, because we don't want the bus number problem. We want to have a couple, 3 people that know all of the different things and that have some ability to start cleaning up all the stuff that is different between the different sites. So we have done that. We have set up sort of subcommittees, I guess, or groups, teams to do various things. But we haven't assigned many of them to TRF, because right now the best representative to TRF is one of the members of our group. It's Daniel. So we have this problem of like, well, who would we be handing it to? Right now, Daniel's doing the job of making it so that TRF is a real thing, which I very much appreciate. But I don't think right now we have humans who have understanding and time to hand that off to in the TRF case. But like I said, we have done it for tech.
Well, except in the case of fundraising, I think that, and
yes,
since you mentioned that specifically, the Raku Foundation and yes, more broadly, does handle fundraising. And one of the efforts that, and they do have a part-time administrative and marketing person, one person who does marketing and a little bit of admin, and then another person who does a few hours of admin, who are paid. Those are the only paid people at YAS. And one big project that they have been working on over the past 6 months was putting out a fundraising prospectus. And so, you know, in terms of delegating, we did delegate that to them, and we did provide them with the information that was necessary to have a Raku section of that fundraising prospectus. So we've definitely been working with and delegating in that sense.
Although I think, Daniel, like a huge portion of that was driven by you directly. It wasn't something that you could completely delegate, but something that you seem to be pretty heavily involved with as well.
Well, I was heavily involved in generating the content for it, but in terms of the printing and the layout and all of the other significant
right.
amounts of work that
I
go
totally
into turning words into an actual prospectus, they handled all of that.
Shocking. Design work, I don't understand.
Well, I guess if this, Rob, go ahead.
Rob?
We can't see you or hear you. Hello? Counting down, 5, 4, 3, 2. Richard?
Richard has a question.
Well, I don't know. You keep sort of ending it as if this session is about to end.
We had 20 minutes allocated.
Yes, you've still got another 10.
Not, yeah, but yeah, you can ask.
No, yeah. So it's not really a question. Before the end came, I wanted to express my appreciation to all of the members of the committee and the hard work that you've done. And I know from my own personal experience how burnout happens, and for the best will of the world. And I just want to express my own view that that all of this sort of itty bitty administrative work is a pain and a half, but it needs to be done. And I'm very glad that there are such enthusiastic and experienced people doing it. So my big hand to all of you.
Thank you.
Patrick?
Just to elaborate on that a bit further, I also very much appreciate what you're doing. And I assume you have met in the last 3 months or so. I very much think so. And I do like reading the minutes, so just I encourage you to put them online.
We had meetings, but they weren't worth writing minutes for.
So there is some stuff that we had taken down, like minutes for, and then we kind of looked at them and said, all this is pretty much, we had a discussion and we didn't make a final decision. So yeah, we can include that sort of thing. I had been trying to keep really detailed notes, and then I got an RSI flare up and couldn't do that. So it went sort of back to the case of, we had a meeting and we discussed things, but I do recognize that it's a valuable thing. And so, like we'll try to get back to those long form notes for you if we can.
Yeah, I'd like to support that, because if you're not involved in a discussion, you don't know that the discussion has happened. So even if something was discussed and you didn't reach a decision, or you needed to put off a decision, just an indication of that a discussion is ongoing is actually quite useful to someone who's not involved. And the other thing is, as I said, I left for 1.5 to 2 years because I got something else on my mind, and I came back to the very first place I went to was the minutes of the council to see what was happening and to try and catch up. So it is quite helpful for people who are out of the loop, so to speak.
Yeah, I will say one thing, which is that people had gotten used to us doing it every 2 weeks. Over the summer, we had enough people out that we moved it to once a month during the Northern Hemisphere summer. That may change again when we don't have as much vacation, when there's more stuff going on. We may keep it at once a month until we have a really active topic. So don't be surprised if it's, like September before you see any new notes, but I'm going to try and make sure it happens.
And I think we are now over time, unless I'm not keeping our schedule correctly. I'm a little confused about the schedule, but I believe we're out of time. So unless there are any pressing questions, that seems like a good place to end it.
Andrew, I'd say take it away.
Yeah, well, actually, yeah. So the new schedule is on the website, so we should start the next talk 4 minutes later. 4 minutes ago, actually 5 minutes ago. So Steve, if you're ready, actually we can go on with your talk. And thanks a lot for this Q&A session. Yeah, great.
Do you need to make me the host so
I can allow you sharing screen? Yes,
now whatever. Yeah. Okay, that seems to be working. Just tidy a few things up. I'm afraid I don't have the brain power to do what Leon did and to watch the chat while I'm talking. So if you could put the messages in the any questions in the chat, we can get to it at the end, hopefully. So yeah, thanks everybody for taking time to listen to what I'm up to. So for those who don't know, I've been working in the Raku module space, primarily because I don't really think I have the skills to do core stuff, but I really like Raku and enjoy hacking on it. And around the beginning of the year, I realized that there was a bit of a gap in, certain aspects of the module ecosystem around data analytics. So I started work on what I call DAN, which is Raku Data Analytics. Like Red and Crow, it has a little 3-letter name. I thought that would be fun. And for those of you who don't know, a data frame is kind of a core feature of the existing data analytics libraries core concept. And this talk, by the way, wasn't written primarily with a Raku audience in mind, with solely a Raku audience in mind. I think it's kind of intended to be interesting for who's here, but also to be accessible for people who've never heard of Raku before. Because I'd like to see Raku grow, and I'd like to see more people interested in getting their hands on these great tools. So the audience that I kind of think this plays to is the data analytics, data scientist type community, people who are using Python pandas as their kind of primary day-to-day tool. I looked, I think it was like a couple of 100,000 people in the Python Reddit community, and there's about 1,000 raccoons. So it's a much bigger audience than our internal set of people, which is kind of interesting. And so within that set of people, I think there's kind of a spectrum, between people who are deep scientists and who really don't care about the tools and whether they use Python and pandas because everybody else does, and they don't, they're not experimental around the tools, and they've got a lot of support around that and a lot of education. It's very easy to use. And then the other end of that spectrum, we've got people who are more, they do data science, but they're more programming kind of mindset, and they're quite interested in working out what else they could be doing, and finding new ways to do things that might be more efficient and more flexible. So yeah, so if you haven't come across the concept of a data frame before, it's basically, this is from the Pandas docs. It's basically a 2-dimensional labeled data structure, and it can be thought of like a spreadsheet or a SQL table or a dict of series objects. So series is each column in a data frame is a series, and series is all elements in the series of one type. And there are performance reasons for that. If you have low-level libraries like Arrow2, for example, that has fast columnar vector processing, then that's going to help you go fast when you're doing the the heavy lifting. I'm kind of referring back to Anton's truck picture yesterday, if you remember the big truck. So we need something like pandas to do that heavy lifting. So Dan itself is intended to be kind of a top level module that defines the API essentially to a set of library and language bindings. So you can imagine Dan is at the top here, and then below Dan we have Dan pandas for talking to the pandas, the Python pandas library that goes through inline Python. And it's in light gray here because it's not ready yet. There's this other thing I'm working on now, which is Dan polars, which uses the Raku native call to talk FFI to Rust. So that's something which is probably been hacking away on that for about 2 or 3 months now. So it's getting to the point of its first release quite soon. And so Dan exposes these concepts that are already very common in those libraries, and there are other things like R, for example, and Julia that have these in them, which is the notion of a series object or a data frame object or a class. I think of that. So Dan itself is a pure Raku module, and then you load in Dan pandas or Dan polars in the the correct ecosystem to connect through to Python or to Rust. So if we're just looking at Dan, it's a rather Zen concept. It's really a way of packaging together a whole bunch of stuff in Raku that I believe contains many data analysis. Raku itself has many data analysis constructs and concepts natively anyway. This is a new slide I did. I feel a little awkward putting this on the screen to everybody without having put it past Anton, but I thought coming off the conversation yesterday, I wanted to just kind of start to be thinking about, well, okay, we don't just have Dan within Raku, but we also have other options and other ways to do data analytics, which is great. I really encourage that. So Dan polars and Dan pandas, we need these libraries to do the heavy lifting, to go fast, basically. But that comes with an ecosystem cost. So I've got to have everything else running the library below. And it also comes with a cognitive cost because the APIs for these libraries are pretty awful, frankly. On the other hand, there's the pure Raku space where you have Anton's world, there's data reshapers and generators and so on. Obviously going in that direction of machine learning, fantastic. Very, very flexible. If it's just a pure Raku world, then you can have these concepts of labeled data sets and so on. You can reshape them, manipulate them so easily. It's fantastic. But it's not going to give you the kind of vector performance the library will. And then Dan itself, just without the libraries, kind of sits in the middle. It's kind of, I think of it as kind of a mapping layer to map over from this kind of very free-form world on the bottom right to the very kind of structured world on the top left. And a typical workflow, you might start organizing your data wrangling in a very free-form way. And then as you get to these typed libraries, you need to sort of tighten that up. And Dan's a kind of step in that. We'll hopefully soon we'll get Dan be a target for the DSL work that Anton's doing as well. Okay, so that's kind of enough about Dan. Let's think a little bit about, I'll share a little bit the way I'm thinking really about Python and Raku and polars and pandas. So I've got this 2x2 matrix. So you might have, so typically somebody today of this audience that we touched on is going to be starting with Python and pandas. And a lot of those people are going to be moving up here in the diagram to polars because they want to go faster. And polars is according to the benchmarks, about 10 times faster than pandas because it's using all that fast Rust and Arrow 2 stuff under the hood. So Raku on the right-hand side, now is getting access to these libraries like pandas and like polars. So you can use Raku with either of these two libraries. And sure, I think when we have polars, we're going to have pretty much speed parity. I think Raku itself is quite slow relative to Python. We talked about that the other day, but because these are big data jobs that are using the underlying library, I think that's going to dominate the performance characteristic in a typical workflow. So roughly speaking, Python and Raku will be at speed parity when we get to Raku, Dan polars. So you'll be able to do more stuff with Raku, and you'll be able to do it at the same speed as you can do it with Python. At that point, I think it could take off. But that begs the question, which is, what's the more stuff? So that's what this talk is about. And it's trying to sort of, as I pull these things together, it's kind of, for me, it's a learning experience of, how can Raku really make a difference to people's workflows and really help them when they're starting to, hack on their data problems. And so a lot of people call it data munging or data wrangling. It's the process of data capture and cleansing and manipulation before you're ready to do the deep analytics work. So that's one area I think Raku is very strong. And the other one is really the focus for this talk, which is using the Raku kind of gradual data typing to formalize up data contracts between, let's say you have multiple people in a data science workflow, then you might want to have a formal, agreement between what is in the data before I go ahead and do the analytics on it. So I want to be doing data validation, and I want to be able to describe the validation I'm doing and to do that validation as I'm kind of moving it into a more typed environment. So the slides are online here. I'm not going to dig into all of these things. I'm going to try and do a bit more hand waving instead and talk about, the way Raku feels when you do this compared to Python, and also I've been, working in Rust, a very strongly typed language. So I find it very hard to imagine it would be a realistic step for a Python coder to start coding, typical Python coder start coding in Rust, because Rust is really hard. It's very strongly typed for good reasons, for safety reasons, but it means you the programmer, have to have a whole bunch of things in your head around, what data types I'm working with. So Raku is a really interesting space, which is kind of very free form. If you want, you don't have to use types at all, and then you can start to lock things down in a gradual way. So it's pretty neat. So for those of you, again, that don't perhaps familiar with the Raku type system, in practice, what does that mean? Well, I have things like allomorph, so I can read in something which is, let's say, an int string. I don't have to know whether this data I have is an integer or a string at the start. I can determine that as I work through my workflow. It might be that I need to put it into, so I think Anton had an example of stuff that stayed as strings forever. In Raku, you can add two strings together, and if the strings contain digits, they'll give you the result. They'll coerce over. It's a very flexible model, and it's got really neat kind of hierarchy of types that lets you pick the level of structure that you need for the phase of the pipeline you're in right now. So pretty cool. So I kind of listed out some of the things of the Raku type system that I think are applicable here. Things like type being able to define your own types, being able to compose types, being able to apply types through signatures, even in multi-functions and so on, being able to use types freely between regexes and other parts of your code, and we'll see a bit of that in the middle, using operator overloading. So in Python, I can add two series together. So I want to be able to do that kind of thing depending on the type of series, and have people doing a workflow be able to define their own operators if that's appropriate for their problem space. And I kind of map that into the original set of aspects of data wrangling that is listed on Wikipedia above, again, for people who want to refer to that later. Okay, cool. So I'm conscious I'm just using a lot of slides here, but let's switch over to demo mode and see it in action. So the first thing I wanted to share with everybody here, oops, just need to hide the, what should I remove the, excuse me guys, I'm just going to de-screen share for a second just to get my stuff sorted out. I'm going to reshare again, and that's more like it. Okay, so I'm just going to start over here. So this is the the acid test, a live demo. I'm not going to read this stuff here, but this is all what I'm doing in Jupyter. A couple of people mentioned Jupyter Notebooks. That's what we're going to see in a minute with Dan working inside Jupyter Notebooks. There is this GitHub repository that has the instructions on how to build all this stuff. Specifically, it's built here in AWS Lightsail. There are 4 boxes based on the Docker that I provide here. There are 4 boxes you need to fill out and then hit go, and it will work. And it's free for the first 3 months or whatever for a certain size container. And then you go ahead and open up your container here. And this is what you see. So this is a Jupyter environment. This is called Jupyter Console. So it's a little bit more sophisticated than the basic notebooks. And I've got 4 notebooks open here. So I'm going to start with this one. So the concept of, before I do that, I just want to show you what we're working with. So I picked some data up through a different example that I've been sort of steering, what is data munging kind of example I found out there. It uses this website. This is the Filmfare Award for Best Actress, right? And then being on Wikipedia, you can edit behind the scenes. And so there's this basically custom Wikipedia markup table for all the wider data that's on show here. So I want to pick that out from Wikipedia. So that's where I went to get it from. I put that same information over here just for now, and you could probably pick it out with some kind of wget or something. And then I can so I've used Dan at the top here, and then I've just, I can load in, just say the, first 20 lines of that so you can see it. So I'm loading that into an array. And the first thing I'm going to do is clear that box. And the next first thing I'm going to do is then I'm going to run this regex. And so as I was working through the examples here, it just really opened my eyes as to just how powerful Raku regexes are for doing data cleansing and data manipulation. So we saw those the kind of level of complexity of that custom markup language. And in just a few lines here, I don't know, what is this, 20 lines, I was able to write and apply the regex that then picks out the names from that kind of noise. And just run a for loop here. So I've got basically 3 regexes defined. So Raku regex can call another one. So I can do a title case word, one upper character, and so on. I've got lots of comments in my Raku here, which I think is really neat, of the new regex, sort of spaced out regex formats. And I've got a year. So simple stuff. And then I just kind of run through it. I have a list of exclusions, which are words that look like title case, but I don't want. And then we have it. Okay, so I've got my data extracted. That's the data capture phase. I'm going to map the data items into a 2D array. Sorry, my kernel seems to have just done a little wobbly there as a part of what I call the demo effect. Let's see if I just run that again. Hopefully it will still be clean. Yeah, that looks good. So this is a Dan data frame that you're seeing here. So I just went my df equals data frame new and pushed in the data. Once I put the data in a 2D array, which is what the intent is above here, push it in with the column names. Automatically generates a row index if you don't give it one. Now what I'm doing is I'm thinking, well, how can I start to apply in practice to this data frame some Raku types? So here's a new type I created, which is a series called a year series. And within that, I just when you create a year series task, it basically has within it a Raku Dan series, which handles everything else. So basically, this is a wrapper on the Raku Dan series. And at creation time, so tweak, as I'm sure you know, is a late phase constructor, is I'm actually going to look in here and I'm going to fail, or in this case die, just to keep it simple, unless it meets all the criteria. And I've defined, it needs to match the regex, for example. So I can bring that regex type in. So I can imagine a shared library between, teams doing data science type workflow, having all these definitions in an external file and then being able to use them at different phases in the workflow. And now I can make my new year series here. I put in my here's just a simple one just to show how that would look normally, and just creating a new series. And I've got a name series, so I'm testing that we match the name regex. Again, the year one, I'm also checking out between, start and finish dates. Cool. And now, how do I apply the year series and name series to my data frame? Very similar concept, a wrapper on data frame. So I have a new class called film data frame that embeds a Dan data, vanilla Dan data frame, and delegates all of its method calls to that. So that's cool. So I created that class data frame, and now let's use it. So I want to create a variable, which is film data frame, and I want to put in the DF data frame that I created way back above. Cool. Okay, now that actually fails. And this has made me laugh a lot when I saw this, when I was preparing for the talk. So I did a bit grepping around. It turns out that actually there is the digit sequence 1942 in that Wikipedia page. And we managed to pick that out in a very straightforward way. So I thought that was a lot of fun. Cool. And then the other angle, there's a few other aspects of Raku I just wanted to share with everybody here. So I've got my same data, same information, just in fact stepping through the part 1 and part 2 of the same flow here. So it just takes a little bit while in this Jupyter environment to run the regex over all the text in the source file. So I think when you were to use this in production in a data science workflows, you'd be playing around here at this level. So this performance of Raku is not that material, and then you would map that into a Polars or a Pandas low-level kind of vector set of calls. We did that already. So we're just getting to the point where we made the data frame. So I just realized that I had a 503 error about 20 minutes before I started the talk here. So I just want a new launcher. What was I looking at? I got to load this thing called TextPlot from Anton. Let's just get this going in the background. Should have a terminal coming up here. Okay, not coming in a minute, hopefully. So the first thing I thought would be, I've heard a few comments around, and I think it's very common in kind of data validation, data cleansing workflow, is to have a look at what you've got. So I thought I'd start by just playing with the Raku core bag capability. The bag is a data type that has a key name, and then the value of that pair is the number of times that the key appears in the data set. So if I take, so quite a few things going on here. First is the data frame has cascading accessors. I seem to have killed something. Server connection error. Okay, might be find this demo is a little bit shorter than I'd hoped. So there's still a bit of flakiness around the Raku kernel for Jupyter. And in fact, I said the 503 error I got before. I think it might be the whole service is a little bit not happy today. So, right, okay, I think I'm going to bail at this point, flashing all these errors all the time. But to say, we can use bags to do, I know what I can do. Let me just flip back over to where I was before. I did as a backup, I did a few screenshots here, just to be careful of what I'm doing, in case things went wrong. Right, here we are. So that's what happens when you run this bag. I've actually written just a one-liner that basically makes a simple histogram. It prints this plus the number of times, based on the value of the key value pair in the bag. So I thought it was quite interesting, just to play with the Raku core capabilities. Then I loaded Anton's TextPlot, which is great because this is exactly what you need, I think, for very fast, either CLI or in a kind of Jupyter type notebook environment, get a quick idea of your data. So use textplot. You can set the point characters. You just push in the keys and the values as arrays into this. I just had to use the plus star here to coerce the keys to be numbers, because the keys are objects as the output of the series here. Cool. Okay. And what that shows you is a little histogram from 1940 to 2020. A number of times things appear, and lo and behold, that's an outlier in 1942. So that would have told me right away about the error I saw. And then finally, I thought, well, some other cool things in Raku that are maybe available in Python, but very sort of non-core kind of functionality through a module and so on, which is the set math that you can do, again, native in Raku. So I thought I'd make 3 sets: actor set, R set, A set, R set, F set. You get it in the film set here. That's a little joke, by the way. And then I can, is Bipasha a member of the actor set? I can do the intersect of these 3 sets. The little, we've got the Unicode operators here, so it looks really cool for people who are coming across the source for the first time. And then I can easily just make an inverse lookup to say, here's my intersect of names, and then what years did they win? Cool. And then there is within the Jupyter example, I then show the use of Dan pandas to take the pure Raku Dan data frame, to export it via Dan pandas to a Python pandas data frame, and then to use pandas seaborn and matplotlib support. So this is actually an image of a Python workbook showing all the usual pandas, matplotlib kind of outputs that you can get. Cool. Okay, so let's get back on the main slide presentation. So a quick look. This is how Dan looks, how builds data frames under the hood. So pictorial on the left is the different kind of classical names for the different parts of the data frame that you get in pandas. In Dan, what I have is a 2D array data, and that contains the data. It's can be use the standard kind of 2D accessors with a semicolon in the middle. And so they've got hash for the index and the columns labels. The data slice is basically the items of data, in another array with a name and an index. And then you can add the data type, and you're just mixing in the data type here with a series role. It's all done as roles, so in future you can do gas bill does data frame, and that should work too. Okay. So again, I won't read through this, but a whole bunch of things from the Raku core that have been helpful. I mean, for example, just as a key example, in Python, you have to import NumPy to even get a nan value. That's right there in the standard in Raku. So this is the roadmap for Dan. Green stuff is pretty much there. This is all kind of beta, so please do raise any issues you have, and I'll get on as fast as I can if you want to play with this stuff. Blue is kind of in prototype. So Dan pandas, more so I think than Dan polars. Dan polars still a few weeks away before it's going to be ready for the first real utilization. And these blue things, so basically one of the issues that I had with pandas initially is pandas API is just huge. It has like 430 method calls, and although Python is very easy to learn, stuff like pandas is enormous. So I felt that what we should do is keep the Dan API simple, keep it very Raku oriented, and then if we want to layer on functionality like building SQL-like query, or pivot tables like a spreadsheet, or specific support for sets or for matrix math, regexes, and so on, we can build that stuff through kind of a standardized layer. So I think of Dan Mezza as kind of mezzanine layer that works with the Dan API, where you can implement kind of the higher level functionality through a much smaller API subset. But at its core, I have this working because Raku is very strong in its array support, working as kind of an array view initially with things like splice operators and that kind of thing. Okay, cool. Questions on that? Obviously, very happy to take those. So here's an example of Dan Meza. So this is a standard deviation method at the bottom. It's going to do square root over, blah, 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 and the mean, and then map over x squared with the number, lms minus 1. So that means I need 3 methods in my standard deviation function, which are not in the API core. So that Meza example, has count and mean, and then that in turn uses LMs and sum, which are part of the core API. So that's kind of how things map down. So yeah, I'm very keen to encourage and invite people to join in and help, if you would like. This is all new stuff. It's a great opportunity to come up to speed on the data science world from a Raku perspective and have all that fun we have hacking on Raku. There's some very lightweight stuff like writing these little Meza methods. That's very straightforward for somebody who's not feeling they want to get too deep in. I'm happy to provide support and guidance. People are welcome to reach out to me at my email here, p6steve@furnival.net, or direct message me on any of the platforms out there like Reddit or IRS. So that's great. So I really appreciate everybody taking time to listen here once again. And there's some links there if you want to go get the slides from the TRC pages. Questions are welcome.
I have a comment for 5.
I thought you might be one of the more closer participants, Anton. So I'm very happy to try and answer anything you might have.
Thank you for referring to some of my work and my talk from yesterday. I would say so Swift language, which I kind of demonstrated yesterday on an iOS device having a recommender. They have a library called Tabula Data, and it's basically data frames based. But they also have a slice object, which is a similar design. Honestly, I didn't know, or I didn't understand the need for it. But from your explanations, I'm a little bit more more agreeable now with having this separate object, data slice in this in the tabular data. The other is what I would say. Well, it's obviously data frames, they become very popular with Python, but this is more like S statistical language and R, right? And one of the things which they did with named rows and columns, right, which is kind of an essential feature in this data frame functionalities, is what they basically can do quite a lot of symbolic mathematics without having symbolic mathematics implemented, right? And so it's like, and this is one of the things I'm going to ask about Dan Meza. Is it so in a sense can I plug in any kind of methods with which I can scan the data frames? Is this the design or?
Yeah, so it's a great question. So design, because pretty much everything I code, I tend to start with kind of the least locked down version of it. So the most flexible version, and the most public version, using kind of the public accesses and so on. And this is, I know this is perhaps very different to, strictly encapsulated and properly, properly designed, OOP. So I felt that, and I'm actually planning to put some of this rationale, by the way, on my blog. So hopefully this will come to light later on and we can debate it and discuss it, because it's not fixed, it's open to change. And just one example of that is I noticed you had some method calls like aggregate, or so on, for the data for your modules, Anton. And I actually would, I'd like to try to reuse those same method call API, approach in some of the Mesa areas, so that we can have common, like that Mesa query box could use the same method, call kind of syntax APIs. So anyway, that's a separate discussion, I think, which I haven't thought it through enough yet and looked enough deeply at your stuff yet to work that out. But that's the intent. So yeah, the idea is that with Dan, if you want to talk to data, because it's just the 2D data array that contains all the data items, you just say series.data, a little square bracket, row address, column address. And then when we've got shaped arrays coming along, we should hopefully be able to just pick those out. So have that data be a shaped array. Hopefully that'll go a bit quicker, but they're not there yet. So does that answer your question? That you can yeah. So there's one other example of that. So what that means you can do is I've implemented the roles for hyperoperators, for example. So you can run a hyperoperator query, hyperoperator operation across all the data in the data frame at native hyper speed, and doing all the parallelism and so on that you would expect from Raku. Because I'm not sure the vector world is the best way to go. Philosophically, I'm a bit of a MIMD guy rather than a vector processing guy. And I think Raku has built in a lot of concurrency stuff that I haven't even scratched the surface yet. So when I'm saying that, Polars is, or Panda, say Polars is quicker than native Raku, I think that there's still part of me that says native Raku could go real fast for a lot of these operations, particularly if you API that you can really hand tune it with AST. You've got the concurrency. So, I think it's important that, regardless of that, I think it's important to people to see that Raku talks very, very openly to the pandas world and to the polars world as well. So so Dan feels like it's adding quite a lot, but it's not necessary, if you see what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think, you responded most of what I meant to ask, what I meant in my question. But something else you mentioned now, and also in the presentation, the proliferation of functionalities or operators in Safe Pandas. This is exactly the same complaint seasoned or old users of R complain for the corresponding library tidyverse on which Pandas is based in R, right? And they're saying, well, why this library produces 200 functions and operators, right? I mean, in a sense, the old languages like Python and R were designed from scientifically minded people who wanted to have maximum functionality with minimum set of operators. But that kind of changed, especially with data scientists. They, as you said in your talk, they don't necessarily want to program, or they don't necessarily care about learning the programming language. They just want the functionalities to kind of construct the pipelines and etc. This proliferation of operators, and to some extent in your answer right now, what you're saying, in order to address the different speed ups and the trade-offs, in some sense, you have to expose this to the user in one way or the other. I don't know. I mean, my answer to this is basically using natural language interfaces, which are not complete. That natural languages are too vague to be precise for this kind of work, but they can give you a good start. So, yeah, it's.
Yeah, I by the way, to the extent that I understand it, and I'm not a steeped in data science kind of guy. So a lot of this I'm looking at it with relatively inexperienced eyes, So I'm looking at the design of polars, for example, and kind of aping that, right? But trying to reinvent it in a file in the way that doesn't have this terrible proliferation and kind of doubling up of concepts and method calls and so on. So yeah, so I'm thinking what you're doing, which is very, I see yourself as you're doing very visionary stuff, which is really new, and bringing Raku, in a really unique way to come into the space and provide people with something entirely, the natural language processing, really, really cool. Whereas I'm kind of just saying, well, okay, I'm going to take what you have today in pandas and just give you something familiar, and then you can grow up from there, So it's a slightly different approach, but I think they're very complementary. Is just my. And I hope we can keep it that way.
Yeah. I would say they're orthogonal. They're not complementary, but it's meaning. Yeah, it's the same thing. It's just, do you wanna ideally at some point you can switch from one to the other because of, say, addressing some trade-off switch seamlessly, right? This is why I'm saying orthogonal. Not necessarily complementary. One or the other. It's more like kind of you need to make the switch. All right. Yeah.
So I just saw the chat from Richard. Please go ahead. Please. Sorry, it's not meant to be just a two-person chat.
Thank you.
Do you have a question, Richard? Or does anybody else?
No, I was quite interested in the conversation, but it was going a long time between two people.
Well, that is cool. That's cool. We got to get the dynamic that everybody has to, have a chance to pose a question and hear what they want to hear. I mean, I'm not quite sure how you do a show of hands on Zoom, but do people generally have a lot of familiarity with data science concepts, or is this something that's kind of new? I can see some shaking heads. That's interesting. Yeah, so it's.
I have a comment.
Anyway, yeah. Thanks for your feedback.
So, Jacobs want to say something.
Paul has his hand up.
Paul, please go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying I'm familiar with data science concepts.
Ah, cool. Okay, sorry. I thought that was want to ask a question. So, Anton, I see your hands up. Do we want to take a bit more from that, or we could go offline and do a...
No, I'll just make a brief comment to answer to what you're saying. Basically, everyone in the Raku community is fully equipped to do what classical machine learning was, which was much more programming and less mathematical artifacts. In some sense, if this revolution in 2012 with deep learning didn't happen, I would say, most of the Raku programmers would be almost ready to go to do machine learning if they want to. Data science, it's much more about dealing with actual data and producing some correlations and etc. But if you want to do machine learning, almost anyone from what I have seen so far in the Raku community can start do machine learning. Okay, and I'm done.
Okay, so I guess no more questions. Thanks for your feedback, everyone, and I look forward to watching the rest of the talks.
So actually, it's 3 minutes ahead of the schedule, but I think we can just continue with the next talk. If you are ready.
I am. Is it me, right?
Yes, correct. Great.
Yeah, good. Okay, so let's see if I can get the whole thing to work. 1 second. When I use the 3 minutes trying to get set up. Okay, let's see if this works. Is that visible?
Yes.
Yeah, excellent. Okay, so thank you for coming, and thank you for organizing the conference. This has been really interesting. My name is Jose Joaquin Atria, and I'm here to talk about HTTP cookies. The slides for this presentation are available on this URL, which I'll copy in the chat, just in case you want to follow along. I wrote. I've written a couple of Raku distributions, but I think the one that I at least see as the most successful and the one that seems to have the most use is a port of the Perl HTTP Tiny distribution, which I released a couple of years ago, and we use for the Rakuland website itself. So in that sense, we're dogfooding that, and I'm pretty happy with how it's turned out. Some of the things that it can do is well, it's a fully HTTP1 compliant library. It has no dependencies, and it support other than the fact that some of the functionality depends on optional libraries, like for example HTTPS support. It supports both HTTP and HTTPS proxies, and streaming requests and responses, all types of like form uploads, range requests. It was a lot of fun to work on it. I learned a lot, and I think it really filled a niche that, at least in my experience, was missing. So I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. But it doesn't do some things, and these and some other items have been on the to-do list from the very beginning. Timeouts are missing because of some limitations with the handles that it uses on the under the hood, and cookie support was missing too, but not anymore. Since version 0.2. It supports cookies, and I wanted to talk a little bit about how that came to be. Very briefly, just in case. Now, I've been thinking about HTTP cookies quite a bit while working on this, but I know that not everybody has had the pleasure of reading the RFC. So just a very quick cookie primer. The core idea of HTTP cookies is that they're a way for the server to store state in the client. It's a simple idea, but it has all sorts of ramifications. The shape is very simple. It's just a key value pair with a bunch of attributes, and they're sent by the server in a header, set cookie header with the key and the value, and then all of these attributes. And the attributes are there mainly to govern what the scope of the cookie should be, what it should apply to. There's attributes. These attributes are specified in the spec itself, and there's ways for new attributes to be added, and some of them have. Some of the ones that have been sort of established are secure and HTTP only, that define whether something, what is the protocol that the cookies applies for. There's domain and path, which specify the scope, so which domains and subdomains and which paths within those domains and subdomains it applies for. And then you have expires and max age that determine what the lifespan of the cookie is. In response to a question in chat, yes, I am the author of HTTP Tiny. Well, the Raku version, not the Perl version. So then, using these attributes, the client determines what cookie is applicable for a request, and then sends it back to the server in this cookie header. they've been used for a long time. They started being used experimentally in 1994, and since then they've been there's been several RFCs that have sort of specified different versions of cookies. The one that is active now dates back from 2011, RFC 6265. But there's a next version which is being drafted and has seen a number of revisions. I think the latest version, the latest revision is like 11. So it's very likely that a new version is going to be published soon, and that one will include some features that are currently in use. So, for example, it will define what the same side attribute behaves like, which is currently unspec'd. But currently 6265 is the one that is current. That is the one that is active, and that's the one that I'm ultimately targeting. So domains and paths are interesting because you have there's some risks involved. So you have the domain can be any domain, and of course it can be subdomains, and then paths can be any path within those domains and subdomains. So for example, if you have these cookies here and these are requests, so for example with a request to the root in example.com, you would only get cookie A because cookie B applies to foo, so it doesn't apply to root. And these two apply to sub.example.com. If you called sub.example.com/foo, then all of these cookies apply because they either apply to a domain, the domain of the request, or a domain that is at a higher level, and to the path or to a path that is at a higher level. So there's all these rules that specify which requests should get which cookies. The rules are not quite the same for what responses can set which cookies. So for example, with the same set of cookies, this cookie C that applies to a subdomain cannot be set if the response is being received from the top level example.com. Paths are ignored in this case. But this is the sort of thing that that can start getting tricky, in particular because there's this thing called super cookies, which is if we go back to this slide, example.com applies to everything under example.com, or a cookie whose domain is example.com applies to sub.example.com and bar.example.com, etc. So there's nothing stopping you technically from just setting the domain to say com, and that should apply to amazon.com and any site under .com. These are called super cookies, and it's basically when the domain of a cookie is a top level domain. But of course that raises before that, so with that caveat out of the way, this is sort of the next step of actually adding cookie support. So the goals of this project were that it could be something that I could use with HTTP Tiny, of course. If I cannot use it with HTTP Tiny, then it's hardly adding support in HTTP Tiny. And the other thing is that it needed to be compliant with RFC 6265. So I wanted something to be HTTP Tiny aims to be small but fully compliant, and I wanted something that would allow the same sort of principle. So I took a look at some of the prior art in the Raku ecosystem, and there's actually two cookie jars. So here we're thinking about the library that would make that decision, right? That would store the cookie state and then make the decision of, given a request, is this cookie applicable or not? There's two, HTTP cookies, which seems to be a port of a Perl library, and Crow HTTP client cookie jar. But both of these had issues that made them unattractive from my perspective. well, the fact that there was a limited choice was, it's kind of neither here nor there, but it did put me in a tight position because both of these are actually distributed with an HTTP client. So if the point here is to have a cookie jar that you can use with HTTP Tiny, which is supposed to be a user agent without dependencies, then if in order to do that, you need to install another user agent, then it seems a little pointless. Another issue with that is that because they are distributed with these user agents, they rely on those frameworks. So they really buy into it. They use HTTP, the HTTP the one that ships with HTTP user agent will use the HTTP messages and response objects. The one that ships with CRO will use CRO objects to represent URIs and requests and responses and cookies. So it's hard to use them outside of those frameworks. They were also missing some parts of the spec. This is something that affects HTTP cookies more heavily than the one that ships with CRO. But both of them were also missing this way to protect them, to protect the user against super cookies, which is something that I was interested in protecting against. And this led to a distribution called Cookie Jar, which was released a couple of months ago, which is basically a minimalist HTTP cookie jar, which is complying with RFC 6.265. It is largely inspired from the code in HTTP cookie jar, the Perl library. It does have one dependency on IDNA Punycode to support international domains, but it has no other functional dependencies. So by that, I mean that you can use this without buying into anything. You can use it just with plain strings. But then, what about super cookies? We said super cookies are these cookies that have domains that are top-level domains. And then the question is, of course, well, what is a top-level domain? And some of them are pretty easy, .com, .org, .net, sure. Then you start getting into, like .pizza. So it's not like you can have a short list of words to match. And you also have top-level domains that are combined, .co.uk. And some of them can be combined several levels deep, like .pvt.k12.ma.us. I'm not going to get into the discussion about what sort of who decides what how close to the top a domain needs to be a top-level domain, because luckily for us, that answer has been that question has been answered by a thing called the public suffix list, which is a project that was initially started by Mozilla. It's available online. It's used very widely, and it's maintained by community volunteers who are constantly keeping an eye on what new top-level domains appear. And it lists top-level domains, and this is a little strange. It lists both the ICANN registered ones, so for example, .uk or .com, and it also lists domains that belong to sort of sufficiently large corporations, let's say. So Amazon.com is in that because for all intents and purposes, it behaves like a top-level domain. So in order to protect against super cookies, you need access to the public suffix list. Sadly, when I looked for prior art in the ecosystem, I found nothing, which explains why none of these other cookie jars support it. So I started looking into how that could be done. And actually, there's three types of entries in the public suffix list. There's like literal top-level domains. There's like patterns that apply to several, like top-level things that look like categories of top-level domains. And then there's exceptions to those patterns. So actually parsing it is not that hard, and using it is not that hard. But I bumped into another problem, which was that this is a list that is constantly getting updated, sometimes several times a week. And I cannot commit to keeping an eye on the public suffix list to keep it up to date. So then I was faced with a question: what do? Do I curate updates? So, for example, do I take a look at the public suffix list releases in the last month and decide whether it makes sense to update or not? I could allow users to update it. So I think that's the method that some of the Perl libraries use, for example, that you can say use, something public list and then give it a list, and that's something that I considered doing. But the other alternative, which I got from the idea I got from a Rust library, which is that it basically keeps a track of the updates. Every time there is an update, it automatically mints a new release, and that gets shipped to the ecosystem, which is ultimately the method that I ended up using. And so you know where this is going. This resulted in a new distribution, public suffix, that was released very soon after Cookie Jar, which is basically a distribution that allows, it does one thing. It parses the cookie, the public suffix list. It stores it on compilation, and it gets automatically updated whenever there's a new version of the public suffix list. Whether this is the right method, whether this is support for the user providing a public suffix list should be added or not, I'm not set against it. So if there's a use case for that, this could definitely be added. But I liked the fact that if I ship with my own list, then it means that I can parse it once on compilation and just leave it at that. It should make it very fast, although I've never benchmarked it. So now we're several levels deep, right? So let's try to get back to the surface. So the public suffix module, you can use it on its own. Use public suffix, and then it exports to functions public suffix, which will take a host and give you either a public suffix or just the type, the string type object. And it takes both a Punycode and not Punycoded URLs, and it tries to return what you gave it. So if you gave it a Unicoded host, it will try to give you the Unicoded version. And also it exports a registrable domain, which is it's basically the top level domain plus the highest subdomain that is not the public level domain. So in this case, land is the top level domain, and the registrable domain is Raku land. And you can use that automatically. So as long as that module is installed, Cookie Jar will know how to use it. And you can use Cookie Jar like it's in this slide. So you use Cookie Jar, and you can add them with the URL that issued the response plus the actual value from the set cookie header, and you'll know how to do it. It will know to parse them and whether the specific response is allowed to set that cookie. You can get the read-only cookies if you want to do some additional processing, or you can just get the header for a specific request, both with a method and a URL, and then it'll just generate the header for it. And you can use it with HTTP Tiny, like I said, since version 0.2. You construct it yourself, and then you pass it as an argument to the constructor. It doesn't check internally that it needs to be this particular class. As long as the cookie jar that you pass follows, provides these methods with these signatures, then HTTP Tiny is happy to use whatever you give it. And that's about it. There's a couple of things that I thought while working on this. I thought I was being clever, but I heard somebody else say it recently, so I don't think this is my idea. But Raku is both a young language, but a language that has had a really long youth. So you can tell that because when you start trying to use it in earnest, you often bump into issues where there's holes that in surprising places. So, for example, I did not expect to find that there was no support existing for public suffixes. I did not expect to have to get that low level in order to implement this. But fortunately, you know, Raku does offer you the tools to fill in those holes. And experiences like this, where we try to solve a hard problem and we try to do it in earnest, and we bump into a hole and we fill it in, that's going to ultimately help us all. It's also difficult to find the right tools for the job and to evaluate what tools are the right ones. So I had to do quite a bit of investigation to tell, for example, whether the cookie jars that are available are good for purpose. And I don't know if, you know, there may be other cookie jars that I couldn't find. So so yeah, I thought a lot about this particular slide when listening to Leon's talk. I think the ecosystem is good. There's plenty of good in there, but there's also a lot of stuff that we need to curate. And building the tools that allow us to find the real gems in that ecosystem is going to be hard work, but very valuable. And that's it. Thank you, everyone. I will be happy to take questions. Anton?
Hello, nice talk. I mean, nice overview. So I would like to comment, and since I think one of your comments to the previous talk was that you come from academic background, but you haven't used data science, or something like that, right? I'm paraphrasing. The way you refactored public suffix, this is a typical application of making data packages. I strongly advise people who do data science and machine learning to separate the data from the actual, you know, logic functionalities. It's no brainer for most people in this community, but you know, it's yeah, I mean, teaching data scientists software engineering type of thinking, it is a little bit of a challenge, and this is one of the things I'm saying. And so make data packages, and I think this is basically an example of a good data package, you know, which is being used by something else in Raku.
Thank you. Yeah, I wasn't actually very confident about the way that I chose to go here. When I first found that Rust library that was automatically minting releases, I'm like, this is madness. We should never have used computers in the first place. But it turned out to be not such a bad idea in the end. It does mean that I don't know. It seemed in the end, it seemed like a good idea. I did debate whether I should also make a talk about how I ended up implementing those automatic releases, because that was a challenge on its own. But I haven't. I mean, currently it's just a cron job in my computer, so it's not a very clean solution. There's been some conversation about using some of the distributions that have started appearing more recently, like I think Tomtit was a good possibility, or Sparky. A lot of the work by Melegic is very good. I might be useful for that, but when I have a good solution for that, I might make another talk about it.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, JJ, doing the automated like cron job is a little better than what I have with my time zones one. I just wait for the email from IANA, and then I have a little script in my tools directory of the module, and I click update, double check everything, and then submit it. But thankfully mine are only a couple times a year. They're not like weekly, like it sounds like this one is. But what I have found is it's a little tricky about it is even when you update them, I think I'm not 100% sure how it works on the module installation, but my impression is that if a module is compiled using one of these and then you update the module, that one that compiled against it won't all of a sudden get access to the new data. At least that's my understanding of it, which can complicate how, as you push out updates, if a program's using this and then stuff gets updated, that module won't all of a sudden see the new data. I don't think there's anything we can do as module authors there, providing this source, but I think that might be something to think about, how we could, maybe have Zeph sort of auto update or auto recompile, but I'm not sure what the best solution there is, but it is something to, I guess, take into consideration.
Yeah, I think I think it's bumping into these sort of problems that will probably help us find the right answers to those questions. I don't think, I at least had never really thought about this particular type of problem, or how this particular type of solution interacts with what you were talking about. For example, like other modules that use this, that have already been compiled, that don't know that they need to be recompiled. It might be that is a good argument against this particular type of solution. I'm not sure, but I guess as long as we're thinking about it, time will tell. Liz?
Sorry. Yeah. The thing is, if you pin your version in your own code, you will keep that version. If you don't pin your own version in your own code, then whenever you update it with Zeph, you'll get a new version. It's up to the user, really.
Yeah. This is true. Patrick, I think you had a question before Liz, actually.
Yeah. I think you have put quite a lot of thought into this. Can you elaborate a bit on why you think automatic updates would be a bad idea for this? Like having a module that pulls the suffix list on first use and then does it like on every use every 2 days or something like that?
So
you wouldn't have the box that we are currently depending on your cron job box.
This is true.
I don't like that idea.
So it's possible. So one of the alternatives that I thought was, if you use public suffix and then give it like the path to a file, it will just read that file, whatever it is. And that would solve the problem that you have, or the problem that you are thinking about. As long as if my cron job breaks, knock on wood, you can still update that file and you'll get the right version. Like I said, I'm not opposed to this solution. I just went with this one in the meantime. Maybe I was enthused by the strangeness of the problem. But I'm not opposed to being able to give it a list to read. Vadim?
Basically, part of my suggestion has been resolved already, but just to sum up a little bit, usually when I see a problem like that, where I don't know how to solve something, it might be a good idea to leave this solution up to the user. Just provide him with a set of options, whether he pull in a precompiled module with more static data, or if they can fetch data pack from somewhere prepared one, or it could be done locally on a schedule they would like the schedule to be, whether it's each start, or maybe just give it a method that kicks in and starts the process of updating the public list, so that a user can decide when it's best for them to update the list. Having an option solves a lot of problems. When you have a choice, you decide what's best for you. But that's, just a suggestion, and I don't think it worth really discussing. Whatever. The thing which I really think of is more important is that You mentioned we have a couple of different clients already. We have at least 2 implementations of cookie jars, and they're very compatible. Maybe it's time to think about standardizing this kind of interfaces. Like we already have a role for HTTP client. I don't remember what the module is, but it's what it is. It's a role which defines standards for HTTP implementations. So maybe it's worth considering adding a module like that for cookie jars and for cookie handling. So that there is a role which is said that it provides all the interfaces any client, any server may use.
So on the first question, what I thought was amusing was that this was my way of basically leaving it up to the user. The use, like you said, the user should be the one that decides what schedule this gets updated, and basically I'm allowing for that. The user gets to decide when they use Zeph upgrade or Zeph install. They get to choose basically. I understand that we kind of fall on different sides of where the user lives there and what kind of decisions they're making. But I find it amusing that I was using the same sort of guideline as you, and I ended up in a different solution. But yeah, I mean, that can be discussed sort of in more detail later. As for the second question, yes, we do have. I would love for there to be a standard interface for this sort of thing. It would definitely make my job easier because HTTP Tiny, like I said, checks whether the interface matches something. The thing is, like I said, there's these 2 cookie jars that exist already. Both of these have very different interfaces. I mean, they sort of allow the same sort of thing, but the methods are named different. They take different types of arguments. They work differently. So there was nothing for me to sort of hold on to. So it's like that XKCD comic where there's 11 competing standards. We should have 1, and now we have 12. So now we have 3 different interfaces for cookie jars. I would be super on board with the idea of creating a sort of interface that can be shared among other implementations. And if there's people interested in that, I'll be happy to talk about it. It does look like we're running out of time, but if I am on IRC and on Twitter and on a bunch of other places, so if people want to talk to me, I should be easy to find. And thank you, everyone.
So it's now time for Richard's talk. Richard, if you're ready, you can share your screen.
Okay, great. Thank you. So here we are. Is that visible?
It is.
It is good. Okay, fine. Right. I have 2 pieces of software I'd like to present. One is called Pod to HTML2. The other one is called Collection. Alexander has already indicated something about it. So, okay, why isn't it working properly? Come on, there we go. By the way, I've decided to start calling this Raku Doc, not Pod. Plain old documentation, POD, then became Pod 6. It was written by Damien Conway. But since we've renamed everything else Raku-wise, I decided to call it Raku Doc, although it's really something I suggested. Nobody else is taking it up. So there's going to be references to pod as well. So people know what it is in a program, as these equal signs and begins and ends. And then you can have a single pod block with one line, like you've got the head one, migrate idea. The next thing is that when this gets compiled into a program, and you can look at it with equals pod, and I heard Leon earlier, he doesn't really like it, but this is a pod structure of the same program with a lot more. So you can see this is it's a lot richer, and in fact, I think Raku Doc is going to be one of the leading contenders for why Raku is important. Raku Doc is actually one of the, I think there are 4 slangs in Raku. One is the regular language, the regexes. The other one is the quoting constructs. Pod or Raku Doc is the third one, and I think the fourth one is the ambient Raku. But nobody wants to see this sort of complexity. What they really want is an output, and they want the output in something like HTML, or they want it in Markdown. I came along about 3 years ago. I was looking for things to do with my time, and I looked on the issues list for documentation and saw that JJ for a long time has been wanting to have everything in templates rather than in the in HTML, in pod to HTML. So I looked at pod to HTML. I call it legacy pod to HTML, and you can see here that something called a formatting code. So there's the B's, the C's, the I's, and then there's some other ones, but mostly we use C. So when you see C open bracket and then a piece of code and then a close bracket, it's a formatting code. And legacy pod to HTML just lists them. So you can see this list of the different characters. And then inside of pod to HTML, it actually decides that if you're going to have a B, then it has to be strong. And it has just assigned these HTML containers to the different codes. The other thing is here at the bottom, you will see that the return, the HTML, the string that is returned is the open, the opening bracket and the closing bracket, but there is no possibility for a CSS class. And since a lot of modern HTML is to do with classes and with CSS and being able to have a lot more flexibility, this whole construct is very rigid. So what was required? We wanted to be able to have the output formatting in a user accessible form. So we wanted to have templates that you could see and you can manipulate yourself without buying into a particular set of templates, but obviously a generic default set of templates. We also wanted to have custom blocks. Now, pod to HTML does not allow at all for custom blocks, but it was in the original specification of pod. In other words, suppose you wanted to have an image or a graph, you would just put equals image, and the user should be able to include something that the pod renderer would then take up and create an image. Similarly, we would want to have custom format codes. So, for example, F is not used in the specification, but when I write my website, I would love to have icons from Font Awesome, and I would like to have them just appear in my code. And then an easier code structure to follow, because pod to HTML is a bit of a tangled web. So this is the structure I came across. First of all, I did put templates into pod to HTML, so it uses mustache templating for the top level. And that was code that I'd put in and I adapted, but I saw that lower levels and the iterated levels, without changing the whole of the program, you could not simply put templates into pod.html. You had to change the very structure of the renderer. So I extracted the processing of pod into something called pod render. And essentially pod to HTML creates, is just a thin filter over the top, a thin class over the top of pod, process pod, and it provides the templates and custom blocks. So image is a custom block that is described within pod to HTML, but the new pod to HTML2 doesn't allow you to put custom codes in unless you go through some extra work. When you have a pod tree and you push it through processed pod, you actually get 4 or 5 different outputs. The first output is the rendering into HTML. You then get a table of contents, and the table of contents can be manipulated. And according to the original specification, you could put the table of contents at the beginning, at the end. You could have small tables of contents and so on. Then there is index data. Now, we heard a rant from Alexander. I didn't agree with him about the X format code entirely, because I use X quite extensively, but it does create information about, there is information within every pod file of all of these links. So these are indexes, so you can have anchors in the text that can be used in an index or in a glossary. So you would have a list, a glossary, and then you could go to that part where, for example, say is in a variety of different pages. And then there are links, and then something I haven't put in here because the space was getting a bit limited, is that every pod file, every Raku doc file in the documentation system, and there's several hundred of them, have some metadata at the top called kinds and metakinds and categories. So there is a data structure that contains, for each of these categories, the files that are associated with the category and that metadata. Now then, one of the things that I discovered right at the very beginning is that actually there are 2 things. There is a Raku doc that is a single file. Within the single file, you will have a table. You can create a table of contents that is from all of the headers, and an index from all of the X marks, XX markup. But what happens when you've got hundreds of documents? Well, you actually need to have some sort of block that describes the collection. So you have a table of contents of each file, but you also need to have a table of contents for the entire structure. Now, the problem is that there is nothing defined in Raku in pod 6 about group files. So let's call them group files, or sometimes I call them structure files. How is this handled by Raku? Raku.org. Well, the language page, if you can see here, this is the standard language page. And on it, this sort of structure that you see here, which is, what we would normally see. All of this page is generated programmatically by Documentable. It is not available in a user accessible form. And all of these items here are all part of the the program, the programmatic generation. There was an attempt to write a configuration file in JSON, I think it was, or in YAML, about 4 years ago, where all of these were listed, and then document HTMLify took out that list and then generated this language file based on the JSON file. That seems to me to be wrong. We need to have a Raku doc blocks for describing the collection of data, the metadata of a group of files. Another problem is the homepage for Raku doc, and that is this document here. You will see here there is a little pencil, and that means that you can go in and you can edit it. Here you will see there's no pencil on the language file because you can't edit it. It's not editable. It's a generated file. I ask people to look at the source, and you will find that it is simply an HTML file. So programmatically generating group files means that you either fix the algorithm or the metadata for collecting it. You haven't any other way, so it's fixed. You can't change it. And so there were some issues about categories and how would we express them on the language page. And those become very difficult conversations because there is no easy way to experiment with different categories and see how it all fits. It's all within the algorithm. Configurations in YAML or JSON means that you've got another file type. You have to deal with, another file. Grouping can be done for one format. That is, suppose that you want to output everything in HTML, but what if you want another format, such as EPUB or PDF, you have something LaTeX, for example, you want a book in another format, you have to create another renderer for that format. So my solution is that all content files are called a collection, and the group files for a collection are written separately, and the group files for each output is separate, because if you're writing a book, you may want your content, you may want a forward, you may want some information about the chapters to be in a different way, expressed in a different way than when you do things with HTML. And the other thing is that I began to write structure files, I began to write custom blocks that would take the information that is gathered and display it in a much more concise way. So if you now look at raku.finanalyst.org, this is the current, I'll show you that URL in a minute, but it's working. So I basically have taken all of the Raku docs, the pod files on the Raku site, and recreated it into a file. And for the purposes of creating collection, I mimicked the existing file. So, kudos to Alexander and all of the work that he has done to change the website. I wasn't intending to change the website. I was trying to create something to create a better website in a sense. I wanted to replace, the old legacy tools with something that was a bit more flexible. The next thing is here. So this is an example of the pod. So here at the top, list files. List files is a new block. It's a pod block, and it takes a set of a set of parameters in the select key. Here at the end of the line, at the beginning is the title for list files that will appear in the content. So at the beginning is the first one. So you can see here at the beginning, that appears in the table of contents. That is the header of this particular section. And then the file itself, the content of this section is generated from the data that has been collected by going through all of the hundreds of files that are there. So the whole of the first page, which extends downwards, I haven't put it all on here, the whole of the first page is written in Raku Doc, and this is the entirety of it. From the beginning pod to the end pod, this is the whole of the first page. The top, the table of contents and everything else, all of that is generated from templates. But the thing that you want to change, in other words, you can change the order, you can change the naming of these different headers. All of that can be changed in the Raku Doc. Next. So there's an indexed file in collection, and that now here is also, instead of being written in HTML, it's written in Raku Doc. Camellia is a plugin that basically has the icon. HR, I liked these little dots at the top and here. That was done by customized CSS in Raku Doc. So I just created a new class for HR. And everything else is just basically an item. All of these are just standard Raku Doc. Collection goes through a series of milestones. First of all, it collects the source and caches it. It collects the mode data, the structure, and caches it. Then it runs programs for rendering this, for rendering the source, for setting up the source. So, for example, the directories are listed with capital letters, but the files, when they are referred to, are listed with lowercase letters. So there has to be an alias inside the Raku Doc to map from uppercase to lowercase. And then compilation, you render it, then you compile it, and the compilation is when you gather information from everything else. Next, we go to support technology. So I rewrote, I wrote pod from cache to pod, and then I wrote pod from cache. I've also written something called Raku Config. I don't like using JSON for config files. I like having everything in Raku notation, not JavaScript notation. So I call it, it's Raccoon. It's Raku object notation, and it's basically just pulling in everything that's in a Raku config file. I found that template mustache was working very slowly, so I wrote a template language based on Raku closures that works much faster. I have another template. I liked CrowTemp, which is the template used for Crow. So I've tried to adapt that. So collection will use any of 3 different templating technologies. Suppose you want to add a custom block. So here we have something called HR, and we want to put a class with HR. I've created a plugin called Simple Extras. Under Raku, there's something called Raku Collection Raku Documentation, and Simple Extras is a plugin there. There's a config file. There's CSS that is accompanying the files. There is extra blocks. There are templates, and everything has to have a README. So where to go? what I want to do is to create a website management system that can manage multiple languages, not English as the first language and then everything else is added on top of that. I want English to be one of a multiple set of languages, and I want the user interface and the content to both be in multiple languages. I'm fed up of writing multiple language things in English and then having to add on top of that another language, and then finding that all of the templates have to be translated as well because the templates have got all sorts of languages in it. I also think, and here is where I want to talk about Rakudoc. I think Rakudoc is underestimated by the Raku community. Most websites are written where the content is written in Markdown, which is not a very rich language. And when you're dealing with complex documents, such as manuals, such as my website, so I've tried to create a website, I've had to use something called Grav CMS, and I dislike it because I have to keep looking at PHP and Twig and all sorts of other technologies that are really quite awful. And what I wanted is something that was in Raku, that was based in Rakudoc, and I could use it simply, and I would write all of the plugins in Raku. I wouldn't need to go shifting from one language to another in order to get my website to work. So there we are. That's why Rakudoc is, it's most of the metadata is easily visible and editable in the documentation itself, to the extent that you can write a very sophisticated document in Rakudoc and then have it with all sorts of metadata associated with each block, and then have it rendered either in PDF or in LaTeX or in HTML or whatever. How long did it take? Well, it took me a couple of minutes, 3 minutes, to cache all of the documents from the Raku documentation system. It takes 5 seconds to cache all the structure files. It takes 47 seconds to render all of the content. It then takes 3 minutes to, I have a test, and I'll show you the results of the test. So for every single link in the files, in the Raku documents, I test every link to see if there is a response, a valid response or not. And that takes 3 minutes. And then finally, I render the structure files, which takes another two seconds. Right. I now want to show you, I'm going to switch off the stop share and then share my browser screen and show you you should be able to see now the browser screen. Now, this is Raku at finanalyst.org. And if we go to here, this is the original documentation site. So you can see I've just copied the field, more or less copied it. I know lots of people are complaining about it. I'm not a website designer, so to speak, but I didn't want to have, I was trying to aim at exactly the same thing to show the capability of collection. So here are the errors. You can see that there are now several errors where there's problems with there are 404. This is another pet peeve of mine. There are a lot of entries that go to what Alexander was saying before, index entry, quote words. This actually is a new file that is created by Documentable. It's not the original file. And all of these links are to virtual files. I'm not going to go into that. I ranted at that ad nauseam. But what I did want to show you to end are some of my plugins. So here we have the some new classes for standard HTML. So if you have HTR, by the way, this equals 4, and then the name of the block is standard Raku doc, but it means that you can assign metadata to the block. It's similar to begin. It's similar to a single line. After 4, then on the next line, if you put a line, then that is included as the contents of the pod block. I've introduced the idea of keeping plugins together. So here we are. Often I want to have a paragraph that is different from the standard paragraph, but I don't want to have to recode the whole template. So I've got another template called quotation. I actually wrote it as I was listening to the conference. And you can see paragraph. I've got an author and I've got a citation. And as you can see, it's now standard Raku pod, and it gets rendered into HTML like this. I've mentioned about having icons. And so font awesome icons I love. I'm using 4.7. That's the last version of 4. I know there's 5 and there's 6, but I haven't written the plugins for those, so that's a work to do. But you can see this is an example of how to put it into pod. You put F, and then you put the name of the icon, and it renders as the icon and part of the text. Font Awesome has some other options. You can have some triple size, you can have it rotating, you can do some other things with Font Awesome. All of these are included in this by including it into the extra information into the format code. So I put in as an issue for the future that all format codes should have this structure where you have the main data and then you have metadata accompanying it. That is not a part of standard Raku pod, it's part of my renderer, pod renderer. So the compilation blocks, here we have this list files and it's listed. Now, you want sometimes for this to appear in the table of contents, and sometimes you don't. So within here, you can see if you put this metadata into a block, it will not be put into the table of contents. Here's an image that I've just, associated with the file. And it gets put into image, and there are some justify left or float right, float left that goes with image. That's with this. This actually is part of pod to HTML2. You can use this straight away. I also like jQuery plugins, and I'd like to incorporate them. So, for example, filter lines is a plug with list files is a plugin that has list files as the block, and if you put into the box, the search box, it then compresses the lines. This is part of a standard jQuery. It's actually the way in which search is implemented in the script for standard Raku. The next thing is that I like to have maps on my plugin on my web pages. So I have got a map plugin. And as you can see here for Leaflet Map is a fabulous. Don't go to Google Maps, they're appalling. Leaflet Maps is a lot better, and it uses multiple sources. You can see here that if you want to have more metadata associated with a block, standard Raku doc allows for metadata to be spread across different lines by using the equal sign. So this is just a leaflet map without any information. Since I live in Cardiff, it's based on Cardiff Castle. But this is Edinburgh Castle here, and that's the center of the map. But now, if we want to have different providers, so this is telemetry from ESRA. It's you've got the trees. This is satellite imagery. It's actually not quite useful to have just the map. You want to have some markers. So here are some markers, leaf markers. And as you can see, I have included font awesome icons onto the map in various places. And because they can twist, I've got them twisting. The other thing is that there was in the Raku doc, there are these graphs that show the different levels of the classes and where they come from. All of that information is done separately to the to Raku doc, and it has to be sewn in by documentable or something else. I wanted it directly in Raku doc, and so I have taken GraphViz. I've produced a little block header, and this is the graph that is generated from the digraph content here. Right, I think I have to finish now, so I will stop sharing and start talking. Thank you. You like that?
I like it a lot.
Good.
It makes a lot of things clear to me that I didn't understand before. Thank you very much.
Yes. I'm not a very good explainer sometimes in my things, so.
The picture tells 1,000 words, and these were many thousands of words to me, yes.
Yeah. As I said, I think that a lot of what Alexander is doing should be, accessible through collection as opposed to documentable. And I actually think a lot of what he's done can be done through these plugins. Sorry, Patrick, I think you were the first, and then Anton's next.
Okay, hi. I'm also very, very impressed, I must say. I really like what you did. Do you know about the things Alexander Zahitsky, I think he's called, did with Podlight?
Yes, I have spoken to Alexander. His is all in net, and when I write my content management system, I will have the Raku pod will be edited using his Podlight.
Great. it's good to know that people know the relevant other people.
Yes. No, I've spoken to him. His plugins don't work the same way as my plugins, but he does have customizable blocks as well, and that's why. So I could see that it wasn't just me; it's part of the specification of Raku doc, and it's never been implemented. So I have implemented it.
Great,
Anton. Sorry.
One more.
Yes.
Do you think this could be used as a basis for getting some form of module documentation on the web?
Yes, I want that. So the only thing that what I want to do is to have a tab where you would click on it and it would show you the documentation files for your modules that you have installed locally, rather than all modules that exist. Okay, because I think that's what Rakuland does. But I would love to have internally all of the documentation files of all of the modules that I have locally installed. So that is one of my aims. The biggest problem is that I can't work out how to get access to them using Zeph or pre-comp mod. I know it's there. I just haven't yet worked out how to do it. Anton?
Yeah, thank you for your talk. So 1 year ago, I was thinking to document with pod 6. Then I decided to just use Markdown, but now I'm going to use Rakudoc, right? Yeah, there are some very nice features you presented. One of the questions is free, like GraphViz, and there's a fairly well-known UML renderer called Plant UML. It's based on GraphViz. I think this would be very nice to kind of include.
Yeah. So what I've done is I've started a module called plugins, collection plugins. It isn't yet completely the way I want it to be, but I want to be able to make it available to everybody, so everybody can write their own plugins. They're very simple to write, and then we can sort of have users rather than me writing everything.
So, well, then LaTeX. So LaTeX would not be a trivial plugin to write, but
no.
Right. There is what is it possible to do multi-language support from a programming language perspective? For example, especially with this code generation, whatever kind of stuff I'm doing, and try to evaluate, code.
Yeah. That is something another project that I want to do. I want to write a language in Welsh, since I live in Wales, so that school children who learn in Welsh, and there are Welsh learners in schools, that they can write their little programs that says dweda, meaning say, and then dweda mae hi'n hyfryd iawn, and then that would be pre-processed as Raku, but that's not part of Rakudoc, that's part of Raku, and I think that actually would be a killer application, because if we can do it for example, Welsh, then we could do it for Chinese, and then suddenly the whole of the Chinese population could start programming in Raku using Chinese letters. And for it then, but that's another project, so that's another talk.
No, but yes, and because you're doing the multi-language perspective anyway, I was going to say, well, we need to support it from the other end. So
yes,
right,
I agree. Anybody else? I don't see any other hands. Okay. Well then, thank you. Do I just hand back? Thank you. Okay.
Hey, welcome to my second presentation at the second Raku Conference. This time I'll be talking about AppRack, a module for creating the nice rack script for searching your file systems and other stuff that you want to do to your text-based files. I hope you're going to like it. So, how did this all get started? About 2 months ago, my notebook started to be wobbly. A wobbly notebook. I guess it had been never off the power supply for months and years, basically ever since COVID, and we stopped traveling. And as you can see from the side view, it got like twice as thick as it used to be. Apparently there's an issue with MacBook Pros of that generation. If you leave them on the power supply too long, the batteries start to blow up. So I was doing a lot of Rakudo spec tests on that machine for a long time, for a better part of the past 2.5 years, minimum 5 spec tests a day. So that didn't help because it would get very hot always. I looked at getting another MacBook Pro, but the only one that I would like to have was deliverable in 2 months, so that was not really an option. So what to do? Well, the date after I found out this, I went to visit our local Apple store. It's not actually an Apple store, but it's a store that actually only sells Macs. So I guess it is an Apple store. So I actually went to the desk there, and the remark was, "We don't change batteries here. We can send it away from you, for you, and from me, of course. But that was not a real option. So I wondered, do you have a Mac Mini in stock?" And they said, yes. Okay, so I got home with a Mac Mini, an M1 Mac Mini no less. Although it was a 2020 one, so it's pretty old, but hey, it wasn't that expensive anyway. So it would actually allow me to do some heavy stuff like dev work for Rakudo. And I had already had an external screen and a keyboard, so I would be ready to go. But yeah, after a while I found that that's going to be too much of a change in my workflow, especially the external keyboard I didn't like very much. So yeah, basically I reverted to actually keeping the wobbly MacBook Pro for terminal sessions only. I actually put it on a lower capacity loader, so it wouldn't actually try to charge it as fast as possible, but more drippingly. And I kept using it for stuff like email and REC, and of course making backups every hour. And basically, normally I would leave it on, but I would switch it off during the night and put it actually in a safe place away from anything flammable. So that was, yeah, that worked sort of. So I could start working remotely on the M1. So install Xcode to get the compiler and all that stuff. Install Rakudo, that also worked out. Install some of the other stuff that I normally use. And then I realized ACK. I used to use ACK a lot. But yeah, I don't really want to actually have any Perl dependencies on my system anymore. So I guess at that point in time, an itch that I had a long time basically became real. I mean, it felt like an itch that I wanted to actually make a Raku version of ACK. Because it would be a very nice tool to have. It would also could be a very nice showcase for Raku capabilities. So I was wondering, so why don't we have an ACK with Raku features? And I guess the answers to that are, well, it's too much work. It will never be fast enough. Basically, ACK is good enough, so why would you? But still, it felt that I was going to miss out on a great opportunity. So I started to think to myself, okay, what features do I actually need in a program such as ACK? I want to be able to save recursively by default. That's not really a big issue, but yeah, grep doesn't do that by default, so there you go. It should be limited to known file types. It should have easy understandable options, so basically options that tell you what they do rather than being very cryptic. I want to have proper feedback on incorrect use of options. I want to actually have it be able to call an editor with the locations that were found. I want to actually be able to do bulk modification of files. I want to have an alternative to find. I want to be able to support searching JSON. And I want to be able to search on git blame information and basically see that. So that's the features that I wanted to have, and some of them actually were not covered by ACK. So I guess it was time to actually start on a Raku version. So I set out some goals. I should basically be built on possibly existing components. I was going for more features than speed, well, at least initially. This sounds familiar to people using Raku, so that should be okay. I would like to have extensive documentation, help, and examples with it, because I would not want to be the only user of this program. And I would like to have thorough testing, and it should be ready before actually this presentation has been made. So I looked at existing components, and I already had some components that I developed in the past that I could use for this. One of them is the paths module. Basically, it's a fast recursive path to file resolver. It's very fast. It's basically all NQP, so pretty fast. There's highlighter. Highlighter is actually used by the IRC log website to highlight places where if you use the search option. I had hasword, which is actually also made for the IRC log website. Basically, it's about 10 times as fast finding a word in a string than using regular expressions. As CLI arguments basically show a hash as command line options. That was already made, and of course, thanks to Timo Paulsen, we already had JSON fast, so I could be using that. But of course, a lot of new components would need to be made. And of course, all of these components you can use separately as well. So if you're not really that interested in using the app rack, you can actually use all of these components separately as well. So what are the new components? That's lines containing. Basically, look for a string, regex, or a condition in objects that produce lines. There's the edit files. Basically, you give it a list of files, line and column specifications, and it will call an editor and guide you to those locations. At the moment only for Vim, but if you have your other favorite editor, you can easily add it to it and basically create a pull request for the module. So go ahead. Git blame file basically allows you to look at git blame info from a file in a procedural way. Then we have hyperize. Basically, a hyper is very nice for your basically spreading out your programming load over multiple threads, but its defaults are a bit wobbly, I think. So I actually created this module that gives you sane defaults. Actually, these sane defaults will be in the next release of Rakudo as well, so maybe it will go away again. Meta constants, basically that's something that will look at your meta.json file and export contents of it as constants into your module, so you can actually use them for feedback and stuff. And CLI version, it basically adds -- version to your script with all of the information that it can get from the meta6.json. And the same for CLI help, which basically adds a -- help to your script, and which you can actually quite extensively extend to cover a lot of stuff in that option. So I was thinking about the name, and the name that I originally came up with was Rack. I mean, the Raku version of ACK. But yeah, it's not 3 letters, and I guess Rack in certain circles has connotations that not so nice. So I looked at it, and in fact, Rack is a simplified command line interface for Raku itself. Some options of Raku are actually being handled by Rack as well. So I decided on Rack as the command line interface name. It's shorter, and it's 3 letters, and used AppRack as the distribution name. So it's not ACK, it's Rack. There you go. So have a look at how you use Rack. The basic usage is very simple. The first argument is the pattern to look for. And the pattern can be a string, it can be a regex, it can be a whatever code, and it can be a callable. So how would that look? Well, it looks like this. You basically say rack, and in this case, I'm going to look for the string Zippo. If I do this in the Rakudo repository, you get this result. There's 2 occasions of Zippo in the Rakudo repository. Well, actually, this is in the test repository, which is roast, but it's basically a subdirectory of Rakudo after you've done a spec test. So there you go, 2 places where it could be found. So how do you actually specify a regular expression? Well, regular expression is specified by a slash at the beginning of the string and a slash at the end of the string. And that basically allows you to, well, it should look familiar. Of course, with the shells that you use, you probably need to quote that for it to arrive in Rakudo safely. So that's why the quotes are around that. But basically anything that you starts with a slash and ends with a slash will be considered a regular expression. And in this case, we're going to look for the word for the string round robin before a parenthesis open. And that gives you, for Rakudo, it gives you all of these. As you may notice, round robin is highlighted, it's been bolded, but the parenthesis open is not, because it was actually not part of the match. So you can also do a whatever code, and a whatever code is recognized by starting with star dot. So this basically says strip all of the spaces at the beginning of each line, and then select all of the lines that start with my role R1. There you go, that's not that hard. And these are all the places in the Rakudo and in the spec test that actually have a my role R1 at some point in a line, with only white space before it. Now, with actually specifying callables, you can specify by actually starting with a curly brace open and ending with a curly brace close. And the callables that you specify like that are special in the sense that if it returns true, then the line will be selected on which it is executed. In this case, we're looking for any line that contains the string round robin, and of which the file ends with .t. The dynamic variable $*IO will, in the case of callables, will contain the IO object, the IO object of the file on which this line actually is a part of. So how does that look as a result? You can see that it only found the T files in it, and some of them in the spec in roast, and some of them actually in Rakudo itself, the ones with T/02. And you can also see that there's no highlighting here because it's a callable, and we cannot actually determine from the callable where it found it on the outside. So yeah, that's one disadvantage of using a callable. You don't get any highlighting, but it gets the job done. Then you can specify where to look. That's defaults to the current directory. If standard input is redirected, it actually defaults to that standard input. You can specify any file names that you want, possibly expanded by the shell. Any directories, also possibly expanded by the shell. If you really want to specify just file names that you want to look for, you can actually put those into a file and reference that with -- files from. Or if you have a set of directories that you want to search in, you can specify -- paths from. Paths is basically means in this case it could be a directory, it could also be a file name. So how does that look? Well, here we're going to look for round robin again, but in this case we're actually going to take all of the core C setting code, which is a lot of source code, which happens to live in the genmore core C.setting file, and we basically put that on standard input. And we find round robin there about 5 times in there, a sub and some comments and an iterator, etc. You note that there's no line numbers here because the default for actually searching on standard input does not actually add any line numbers here, but you could if you wanted to. You can of course just specify the file, even though .setting is not a known extension, because you specified the exact file name, it will actually look in that, and the result will be actually the same, except that now we also get line numbers, because the default for searching in a file will give you line numbers. So suppose I want to look for a round robin in the source directory and the tspec directory, which is roast. Then that will take you this result. Note again that round robin is there highlighted in this because we've just basically specified it as a string, so we can actually find that in the string and highlight that for you. And here we use a regular expression and basically look for the word bar, and in this case we're only going to look in any of the directories under tspec s16, anything after that. So you can actually specify wildcards for directories as well as files. And that basically looks like this. There's a lot of bar in there. Note that I actually used very specific directories to actually get results that weren't too big for actually this presentation. We can also, like I said, specify a file. So I had created this file called settings.list, and it contains the core setting source files that we have. And you can actually look in that by specifying files from settings list. And then we'll basically see that subnext is actually in the C setting and in the E setting, and not in the D setting. You can actually also do put directories in there. So I have a file called sources.list, in which I have the source and the source of NQP. And we can specify it with pass from, and then look for this specific string, which gives you this result. You can see here that there's places in NQP that actually have it, but also the source of Rakudo itself. So this is something that occurs in the source of Rakudo itself, as well in the optimizer, and etc., etc. So that's all good and fine, and I started looking at, I want to be able to edit what I've found. And I started Googling for Vim edit files, and you get all sorts of results, but not what you want. I should have looked at man.vi. That would have almost immediately given me the result, namely there's something called an error file, and you actually call that with -q. Well, I abstracted this into the edit files module for Vim only at the moment, but as I said, pull requests are welcome for this. If you have another editor that you would like to support with this. Damien Conway actually put me on the right track here, and since Damien is a person who actually uses all sorts of stuff from within Vim, rather than what I wanted, basically use Vim within Rack. He wanted to use Rack from within Vim, and basically he needed another interface, which is called vimgrep, and I actually implemented that as well because it was easy to do. So now you can actually use Rack inside Vim as well. So how does that look? Well, basically in this case I'm going to look for submax in the source of Rakudo, and I'm specifying --edit, and voila, I wind up at the first case of submax in the core, in the source code. You need to know that you can move to the next entry by :cn. That's something you need to learn about when you're using this feature. I guess I should better document that. But yeah, okay, there you go. One of the other things that I wanted to do was bulk modification. And bulk modification is possible with the modify files option. You can actually optionally also say, I want to create backups with this particular extension. And you can also run it with dry run to not actually do the modification, but just find out how many times it would get done. So how does that look? So basically, I'm using a whatever code here. Basically, I'm going to substitute the no longer used formatting type in Vim called Perl6. Basically remove it. All source files in Rakudo basically had those removed, and apparently there were a number of files that were missed. So I'm doing a try run, And it basically tells me, okay, 3 files changed, 3 lines changed, but no changes made because of dry run. So let's do this for real then. Process 346 files. And I looked at the diff, and there's indeed 3 files that actually still had that in there. And they're actually quite old or quite new. So, or not seen as much because they're actually only for the Java, for the JVM backend. And these, of course, got pushed recently as well, so they're now out of it. I also want to have the alternative to find. I never got to really to appreciate find, but I want to have the same pattern matching capabilities as we have on lines. So string, regex, whatever code are callable. You activate it with find, and basically you tell what to look for and dash find, and it will find it for you. In this case, I'm looking for #table, and it basically gives all the files where #table occurs in. Most of these are apparently in more, but yeah, this is just to give you an idea. So I want to also have support for searching JSON. I've done a lot on the Raku ecosystem archive. I should have said ecosystem, not system there. All right, sorry. Raku ecosystem archive, in which there is one JSON file for every release distribution version, and that's more than 8,000 of them right now. But many older of them are actually missing fields, so it's not quite. It's a bit dirty every now and then. You can do 2 types of searching for JSON. You can actually do it per file, or you can actually do JSON per line. There's a standard JSON lines that basically has files with each line is a JSON. So we actually support that as well. So how does that look? So suppose I want to look for the authority of Simon Proctor, Simon Zef. So I look with this whatever code. I look the JSON per file is basically given as a hash to the code that you specify, and basically look at the auth field and see if that's equal to Simon, and then it will select that file. To give you a bit of a nice result, I'm only looking for the modules that actually start with B. So I'm looking for JSON profile here. And how does that look? Well, that's a lot of garbage in there. So why do we have this garbage in there? That's because a lot of the JSON files do not actually have an auth field when they should really. But yeah, this is historically probably old stuff, so we can actually look at that later at some point. But for now, I just want to get rid of it. So how can I get rid of that? Well, Raku has this feature called quietly, and this also has a parameter you can specify quietly. So when a callable or whatever code produces any warnings, it will actually be ignored. So how does this look then? That's quite a lot better. So there's basically 2 versions of the B-tree module, version 1 and version 2, that are in the Raku ecosystem archive. So what else can you do with this? Well, as I said a little before, the callable has special features. So if you use a pattern, callable pattern, which you can specify with the curly brace open, curly brace close, you can actually either return a true value, which means that the line will be selected. You can actually return a false value, which means the value will not be selected. You can actually also return empty, which means that it won't get selected. And you can return something else, and then that will be selected. So in this case, I'm going to actually look through all of the meta files that we have in the Raku ecosystem archive and see if we have any of which the name is AppRack, and we are going to show the description of it. JSON per file. I'm not interested in the file name, so I'm telling it to not show the file name, and I'm going to be lazy. I only want the unique versions of that. That's another feature that you can have. Basically, it will only show the unique finds that it finds. And how does that look? So you can see that the description of AppRack over the weeks has changed from a CLI for searches, strings, and files to in more, and to 21st century grep, find, ag, RG on steroids. Actually, this was stolen from Damien because he actually coined this. Thank you, Damien. So the other thing that I wanted to be able to do is get blame information on my searches. Show blame will show blame info on the find in a file if it is available. And blame per line will actually allow you to select your lines using the get blame line object. Now both can be very expensive, so this is really an attack on the performance of the search operation, but that's basically because Git needs to fetch all of the information, and if it's something like in Rakudo with lots and lots, thousands of I think it's now 32,000 commits on the repo, it can get pretty expensive to actually put the Git blame information of a file together. So how does that look? Well, in this case, I'm going to look for submake in the source of Rakudo, and I'm going to want to show the blame information with it. And how does that look? It looks like this. And you can see that there's lots and lots of submakes in the code, and some of them are changes from 2012, 2011 even, others from later, and 2013, 2017, etc., etc. So this is nice. You can get a good overview of what happened there, and of course it gives you the Git, the SHA of the commits. So you can actually, if you want to, look further on with the SHAs. In this case, I'm going to select on the blame information. And I'm going to basically do the same thing as I just did now. I'm going to show the SHA and the summary if the summary of the git blame information contains the word build all. And I just see that I actually made a mistake here, that I forgot the curly close, but anyway, the code example will show you that this works. And of course, I'm only interested in the unique versions of this. So here we go. How does that look? Now, in this case, so you can see all of these places where we had build plan in the summary. And it took a little while to actually do this for all of the files in the Rakudo source. So this took about 18 seconds. As you can see, the amount of CPU used is a multiple of that. So this was nicely actually spread out over multiple CPUs to make it happen faster for you. I guess that's one of the features of Rack, that it will actually spread out over multiple CPUs transparently for you, if you want that. You can actually specify how many CPUs you want to use with parameters that you can specify on the command line as well. But yeah, that's really hardly ever necessary. Of course, I used the unique feature here, and as I said, I was not interested in the file name, so there you go. Now you've seen all of these nice little long option names. I mean, a lot of similar programs actually have shortcuts. Rack does not have shortcuts. It only has long named options. But you can create your own shortcuts with the --save option. --save basically will take all of your arguments that you have specified, all of the options that you have specified, and save them for you. So in this case, I'm going to do --ignore case and save that as I. And I'm going to do -- ignore mark and save that as M. I'm going to say save -I -M as IM. And then if I want to do a search that is both ignore case and ignore mark, only thing I need to specify is -IM. So you've created your own shortcuts here, which means that you can actually customize it to your liking, to your feature that you want. I found that all of the other programs that we have that exist for this type of jobs, they have similar options, but they're always slightly different, and it gets really, really confusing. So I think maybe another standard would just be another standard. Allowing you to actually create your own shortcuts basically makes one standard that works for you. So how does it look? This is basically a regular expression where we're looking for foo and bar in capitals, with A 6 A's in between, and without regard to case and any accents on the letters. So does it actually exist in the source of Rakudo? Yes, it does. There's actually a test for ignore case and ignore mark. So there you go. We found a word there with foo bar with 5 A's in between. So Rak, how many options does it have? Well, at current count, it's 54. I did not mention any of the highlighting context display options in here. Yeah, you can do a lot there. You have output options. Basically, you can put the output into a file without actually have to do redirects in the shell, or you can actually run it through a pager if you want. You can check out the -- help option, and then it will give you all of the help that you need. Well, hopefully anyway. So how does that look? It looks like this. You could argue this is a bit of a cheat sheet, but you can each word that you see on the beginning of the line that is highlighted, so pattern or string or input or code, you can call with -- help and get more information about those options. So there's a lot of options. It goes down like this, and then at the end we have something like this. So you can get, as it said there, help foo. You can actually get additional help about pattern, string, code, etc., etc. So wow, that's a lot of stuff of Rak, and it's still, I guess, it's just touching the surface, because I only started to use it myself. I'm getting to use it myself a lot, and I'm still thinking of new ways of using it and then implementing them. Usually, and other people are thinking of ways of using it, and I can usually implement them quite quickly. So that's nice. So people would wonder, but whatever happened to the MacBook Pro? Well, I ordered replacement batteries at iFixit. I actually ordered a toolkit to do the battery replacement, which contains screwdrivers and glue solvent and safety glasses, etc. The problem with batteries in the MacBook Pro is that you cannot actually officially change them. They're glued to the MacBook Pro, and officially you cannot actually do that yourself. But thanks to iFixit, you can. It took about 1 week to actually get all the goods that I needed, and then I actually needed to collect the courage to actually do this, because it's been a while since I actually worked inside hardware like that before, and it's actually the first time in the MacBook Pro that I was going to do this. So it took a little while for me to actually collect the courage to do the surgery. So how does that look like? Well, it looks a little bit like this. This is the package that I got from iFixit. Well, apart from the scissors that I already had, and the ice cube containers that also I had. That's an idea that I had because it was always all the little tiny screws that had to be. There were 65 steps for doing this to your MacBook Pro, and each step had certain screws that had to be unscrewed and had to be put back in exactly the same location. And that was, yeah, it's going to be messy. So I decided to actually get these ice cubes, and basically each step got its own little box there with the screws in it. So after opening it up, it looked like this. You can see that the batteries are pretty, well, I would say swollen. With some solvent and some credit card like things, you start actually trying to disconnect them from the glue, from the print, from the case there, hoping that they will actually not break and sort of turn into flames, because batteries that look like this generally aren't in the best of conditions. So you always run the risk that they suddenly start to go hot and turn it into a fiery place. So after a little while, I actually got them out with all the glue still sort of half attached to them and half attached to the case. I needed to clean up the case, so that was the next step. And then it was just a matter of putting the new batteries in with the self-adhesive stuff that they had with it, and then basically put everything back, which was like 50 steps back, put all the motherboard back in and connect everything up correctly in the right order. But it worked out, so there it is. I fixed it. You get the stickers with it, so that's really nice. You can actually put it on your notebook that you fixed it. So kudos to iFixit for the batteries and the tools and the clear how-to. So Wendy actually made a little thing on Flickr about this, so if you want to see more pictures about this, you can. So were the goals reached? No. As with many projects, this was just a start. I think we got a good first prototype of the functionality that I wanted to have. The documentation is still pretty succinct. And well, I really desperately need more examples. I guess I'll steal some of them from this presentation, but yeah, you get the idea. There's no testing at the moment at all, so yeah, tests need to be added. And yeah, help will be, if you like Rack, help for this will be very much appreciated. So if only you could find issues that with Rack, then make an issue for it. If you find bugs, and of course, pull request would even be better, but I'll take issues as well. So what are my future plans with Rack? Well, the find functionality still needs a lot of fleshing out. You can only select at the moment on file names, but you cannot select on the dates of the files. So that's something that needs to be fleshed out. Smoke Machine, Fernando Oliveira Smoke Machine basically had the idea, why don't we have this feature also as a subroutine that you can actually call in your own program? And I sort of made that happen, but it's still not right to be used. So that needs to be looked at, and probably needs a complete redesign of the internals, but that shouldn't be too much problem. I'm thinking of supporting other text-based serialized data, XML, CSV, basically anything that can produce lines of text should be possible to support in Rack. I want to have a generic profile support, so instead of looking for each line, you would be presented with the whole file for checking. That could be useful. And I want to actually support more extensive code. As you've seen, the code starts to tend to get very long, so I want to actually find some way of storing that as recipes that you can actually easily call. There is some support for first, next, and last phasers in callables at the moment, but it's not complete yet. There's pretty sure there's other stuff that I forgot, and as I said, your suggestions and pull requests are very welcome. So there you go. So if you like Rack, want to try Rack, go for it and let me know. So we're getting to the end. So this is a little overview of all the modules that got used for Rack. And I guess if you have any questions, you can ask them online on the Raku channel. You can ask them maybe here later in a hallway track. I'll be available if that works out here. So let me know. In the meantime, I would say thank you for watching, and I hope you're going to use Rack, at least have a look at it. And if you like it, that will be even better. So that's it. Thank you very much. I'm available for questions, but I don't know if Andrew wants.
Yeah, sure. Let's just go. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Or Richard. Okay, Richard, go ahead.
Is it possible to create a shortcut with an option and a parameter?
Yes.
Okay.
And a default as well.
And a default. Okay, fabulous.
Okay.
I've just downloaded it. I'm going to be playing around with it for the next month or so.
Okay.
For the really simple case, like just searching for a straight string of text in a bunch of files, like the simplest ACK type case, how does it compare speed-wise to something like ripgrep?
Ripgrep, I understand from Damien's timings that he's done, Rack is about 50 times slower than ripgrep, which is in the same order of magnitude as ACK, being slower as ripgrep. I understand that Rack at the moment is about 3 times as slow as ACK, but that really depends, of course, on the startup, because Rack has the standard startup of Rakudo, which is like at least 0.1 second. And so, yeah, your mileage may vary. But for what it's worth, I mean, the example that I did on finding all commits that have built all in it on Rakudo, seeing that it is actually doing it, spreading it out over multiple cores very nicely, yeah, makes me feel good about it, because I don't think the other, maybe ripgrep does, but I'm pretty sure ACK does not actually spread out over multiple CPUs.
Cool.
Anton?
Thank you. Very, very interesting talk. Basically, I would like to combine this talk with 2 other talks, like Leon and my talk about having a recommender for the packages in the Raku ecosystem, and Leon saying what invoking the Sturgeon law, right? So how easy would it be to use? I mean, I didn't know, first of all, but I can use AppRack for retrieving data and cleaning or querying the files, the packages, the meta JSON, meta 6 JSON files of the packages. So is it in the scope of AppRack to be used for this kind of queries? Like, as I said, to make a search engine, to make a recommendation engine, to filter out different files with different qualities?
It's very much in the scope. I mean, one of the examples I did is basically just that. Mm-hmm. And all of the JSON files are available if you just just git clone the Raku system archive. You have all of those available to you.
Okay, so basically, if I want to know the number of lines or the dates in which the files have been modified, do you think I should be using Unix and Linux system for this to produce the search paths, or I should be using AppRack? Honestly, I'm lazy. I would like to use AppRack, but it seems that maybe it's easier to just use Unix, Linux, whatever, right? To form the query.
Maybe I'm not sure what Linux tools you would use, and so I might give you an answer on that that would be sort of advantageous to Rack. But yeah, I would try to use Rack for that because that's more convenient to me now. So I mean.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. I
yeah.
might. My other thing is that pretty much basically for all of the examples you have, if we have like say one-liner command, right? So find all files that have this this pattern, or file all files which finish with this extension and have pattern blah, apply the callable blah, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we have this kind of sentences in front of the examples, for me it would be very easy to produce, for example, some grammars if I want, from natural language perspective, but it's not just that. This is just for documentation purposes. Immediately people can be able to see what is the verbalization, right, of the options. 54 options, that's arguments. That's a little bit, it's quite a lot, right? So.
Well, it's going to up to 100 at the moment. Because I since I recorded the presentation, I actually redid some of basically I went back from scratch and basically realized that I need actually two parts of this. I need to have, on the one hand, basic search functionality, and then need to have an interface for that for the command line. So I actually uploaded earlier today the Rack module in lowercase RAK, which is like the plumbing for AppRack. And so depending on what you need, you can actually use the plumbing in your own program and basically get all of the stuff that you want without actually producing any output, but basically get data structures back. And maybe you can use that for whatever purposes that you want. But anyway, my next step is going to be to actually integrate that plumbing into AppRack back again. And that's I guess around Wednesday, Thursday, that should be sort of done, and then we can go on to that. Now, one of the things that I did with the redesign of the internals is basically I realized that a lot of things are basically you just want to do something per file or per line. And in any case, the difference between YAML and JSON and XML is basically you want to do something in a file, you want to have to create a data structure, and you want to actually feed it to a callable. So the JSON example that I have is basically just one case of a generic thing where you basically have a transformer that transforms some kind of text format into an object that you can actually call your callable on. So yeah, I'm going for a plugin structure so that people can do their own stuff if they want to. Whether that will be part of the recipe idea that I have or something else, I don't know yet, but yeah, you get the picture. So yeah, that should work.
So, yeah, so okay, like my last comment on this, like with this actually, it's like Steve and I can very easily do this eat your own dog food type of perspective, like applying data wrangling to to ecosystem packages, because as you said, the data historically of the meta JSON files and the packages were with some historical span, so it's kind of dirty and skewed, right? This was actually one of the big things when I uploaded this 5,000 approximately 5,000 packages, the meta JSON files. It was all over, right? It was fairly skewed data, so some significant cleaning procedures had to be done. So just from that perspective, this would have been very useful for us, right? So,
yeah. Well, the RIA already does some cleaning up. For instance, in the Raku ecosystem archive, if you would have a module on the GitHub system that actually claims to be from CPAN, it would actually not allow that, and vice versa. So it would actually already clean that up. So it's a lot of cleaner information in there already. The original JSON files are also available, but then you have to open up the tar file. Okay, I guess that's about time that I had for questions.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you for watching.
So we can move on to the final talk of today. And after that, there are two small light talks.
So I'm not too familiar with this. So hello, this is Jim Morello. Thank you very much to Andrew for organizing all this second conference on Raku. What I'm going to talk about is very little about programming and more about meta-programming. So my last talk related to Raku was about meta-programming. This is again meta-programming, but from a completely different point of view. I'm going to talk a bit about philosophy and a lot about art. So just check out the first slide. The first slide is it's a painting by an Italian painter, name of De Pero. It's a motorcycle. It represents pretty much the spirit of the futurist movement, which I am going to talk a lot. Well, this is me. Yours truly. I have been programming since 1983, so quite a long time. And in a stop, of course, my passion is Raku. I also love Perl, but for my day job, I work in JavaScript and also Python and some other languages. What is my day job? That's a good question, because my day job is, well, I'm professor at the University of Granada, but right now I'm also senior software engineer at Poly. So that's kind of part-time. But anyway, I'm right there. Senior software engineering, whatever that is. Basic idea is that people usually look for the language to rule them all, right? So the language that fixes everything, the language that's able to do anything. But then I look at this is the repository at Poly. Poly is actually, what we are doing is creating a couple of apps, one of them in Android and the other one in iOS. And then this is what you can see there. So you see that there's a little bit of there's a lot of JavaScript, there's TypeScript, there's Swift, there's Kotlin, there is CSS, there is HTML, there is also some Python, some Rust. I haven't been able to put any Raku in there, but we still have some time to go. But then you see that not really, right? So it's basically impossible to create a language to do everything. So when we look at the development, we always look at it from the point of view of single language. That's not what's really happening. Even in the talk that Liz gave, for instance, we have mentioned several languages like Java or XML. Okay, admittedly, they are not Turing complete languages, but still they're languages. You need to know what they are about, right? Regexes and so forth. But anyway, we came here to talk about postmodernism. This is a painting that it's not really a painting, it's actually a photographic reproduction of a painting by the Estonian futurist painter Ado Vabe. It's called Italy. I like it because I love Italy. But I also like it because it's one of the futurist painters I discovered while I was in Estonia last week. Futurism is a sort of postmodernism, right? So postmodernism is a generic term for many different movements that comes in culture and in arts and also in programming languages. But it's also I mean, if you want to do the postmodernism, you need to do it in some specific way. But we can see that it's all around us. This is a church that's very close to Trieste. It's in the Adriatic coast, and it's pretty amazing. Because not only the structure is pretty postmodernist, but also the paintings that are there, they will have this postmodernist look. And it was made relatively recently because this is, I think it was in the 60s or so. It's all around us. It's in architecture, it's in literature, it's everywhere. And I think that programming languages are not so different from the rest of the culture. At the end of the day, they're something made by humans. They can't escape that trend. But can we say, is there a postmodern language? So can we really say that there's something that we can call a postmodern, absolutely postmodern language? Well, let's look at what postmodern means, and then we will be able to answer. Take a look at this picture. This is a very amazing pop art painting by an Icelandic painter whose name is Erro, E-R-R-O, Erro. And he mixes some American icons with some communist propaganda icons, like for instance this one, right? It's very good. I really love it. But let's look at what's postmodernism. First, it's an artistic and cultural movement. It's not only art; it's art and everything surrounding it. First, the most important thing, it's anti-dualist, and this is from almost every point of view. So, for instance, it says that there is no difference between the producer and the consumer of the art. So we can't really put a barrier between the person that's producing the art, the artist, and the person that's consuming the art, right? But it's also anti-dualist in the way that there is no difference between the art and the context of the art, whether it's in a museum or somewhere else. So it's almost in every axis you can consider, it says, no, there's no difference between here and there. It's all the same. But it also claims some very important thing. It says that language models or shapes thought. So you use a specific language for creating something that's going to shape how you perceive that something. How you as an artist perceive that, how you as a programmer perceive that, how you as something that, well, it's still the same thing. So there's no difference between programmer and the person that's running the program, right? But it also promotes pluralism and diversity, which is a good thing. It's a good thing in culture, it's a good thing in art, it's a good thing in programming. But not only that, it promotes diversity in the previous repository. So when we are programming, it doesn't say, no, we are programming in this language. No, it's saying there is no difference between the language that we are using and some other thing. There is no difference between the YAML files they use for CI and the language that we are using for an app, right? So it promotes that kind of explosion of diversity. How does it do that? Also, I'm not going to say Raku is the best language. Of course it is. It's the best language out there. But I answer to that question a little bit later on. Postmodernism needs to be made, right? So of course, it's an ad hoc theory. It's something that people think about and say, okay, so this is a trend, something that, but you actually need to do it. And you need to do it through some artist or cultural creators or programmers. Also sit down and do it. This painting is by one of the painters that I like the most of the modernist, of the futurist movement. Her name is Natalia Goncharova. It's very interesting that there are several branches in the futurist movement. One of them is very male, very macho. That's the Italian futurist. Another one is almost exclusively female, and that's the Russian one. This painting is not really a futurist painting. So Goncharova went through many different phases. One of her initial phases was futurist. This is actually one of her latest phases, but it's also postmodernist and kind of futurist in a way, because she's mixing different things. She's not saying, I have this Russian cultural tradition of icons. They should be this way, hieratic, golden, and so on and so forth. And I have this other thing, which is painting. It's a totally different thing, right? No, she says, no. I'm going to use this tradition. She's anti-dualist. You can take anything you want from the tradition and use it for expressing thoughts or for expressing something different, right? This painting, if I remember correctly, is in LACMA in Los Angeles County Museum. By the way, every painting here is either some picture I took at the museum itself, or from the Wikipedia, or from Google Arts and Culture, which is an excellent resource, by the way, if you're interested in this kind of thing. Futurism, as I say, was one of the initial postmodernist movements. Started pretty much in Italy, right? Then moved to elsewhere. And you see, this is another painting by a futurist painter, right? This is if I remember correctly, I think it's by Marinetti. But you see, just imagine, we are at the beginning of the 20th century. What people were painting there, well, okay, we are in the post-impressionist era. Already the first Cubists were painting, Picasso, Braque, and so on and so forth. But look at this. So it's combining first a motive that's almost totally alien from what was on before. It's also combining typography, painting. It's combining kind of cubism, so it's kind of making an abstraction of shapes. It's also including something called, movement and dynamism. Dynamism is one of the most important things. I mean, it's putting words like France or things like that. So futurist was the first that started to say something like, there's literature, there's painting. They say, no, we are anti-dualist. We can put some poem in a painting, and we can do it in a very meaningful way. So mixing everything in the same language. Diversity, anti-dualism, that's the essence. And it also embraces all kinds of things, like sculpture, painting, architecture, motion pictures. There's another painting by, so take into account that if I remember correctly, this is by Olga something, or maybe also by Goncharova. I don't remember exactly. I think it's Russian futurist, but anyway, it also features everything. But also take into account that we probably have something futurist in our pocket. The 20-cent coin in Italy, euro coin, includes a sculpture by Boccioni. It was one of the main proponents. So it's something that everyone have. So it really kind of embraced everything: design, painting, and well. But the thing about postmodernist language is that it's a culture. So it extends to everything. It's a world view. It's a way of creating things. And it deploys new languages, right? Again, you see another painting here. I think this one was De Pero. This one says, there's no difference between the frame and the painting. I'm going to paint the frame. So the frame is going to be part of the painting. It's going to be to have a dialogue with the painting. It's also, letters which are part of the painting, and so on. It's also a reaction against monuments in academia. So it says, we're going to do away with everything that has been done before. We're going to create a true revolution. We don't care about monuments. We want to tear down monuments. They said we have to burn down Venice to the ground. So we don't want people to look at that. We want to look at our context, at what we are doing now. So people are take trains, people take planes, people move very fast. They live in this kind of apartments, everything. So the environment, they look, it was totally different to the environment that was created in Renaissance paintings and everything. You see that this is really something that we could think about in engineering, right? And very important thing, it incorporates the environment. It says, why should I paint, some landscape or some whatever? They literally say that the train stations are the cathedrals of the 20th century. and they paint train station. They look at the movement of train station, not from a static point of view, not from, like impressionists said, there is this smoke, there is this thing, these colors, no, it's totally different. They say, I want to see the movement, I want to see the crowd of a train station. So the environment where people do things is very important. Let's look at current development environments. So far, I've been talking just about art. Hope I didn't bore you too much, and lately I'm developing a passion about art in many different ways. So I'm writing now a book about Venice. But the thing is that, okay, let's look at current development environments and what people are doing now. There is web. There's a web, right? So we know it's there. You can't basically avoid it. Almost anything you do, 99% of the projects you do, they are going to be deployed on the web, on some kind of web, right? Like an app or whatever. There's concurrency. Look at, for instance, what Liz has on. Liz already includes in her utility this concurrency thing. It's something that you have to take into account, that you have to consider in your program. They're distributed. You can run 2-tier or several-tier application, but of course you can think about more complicated things. They are also containerized. So when they are going to be deployed, you're not going to create some executable and then that executable is going to be copied. No, you're going to deploy, you're going to do sync, package, containerize, then create some orchestration or whatever. So you do all kind of different kind of shit, and that's the environment we have today. And that's what we have to take into account when we talk about something that could resemble a postmodernist language, right? Think about that. I don't know if you know this language. This language is born to web. It's created for the web. So it's a language that from the get-go says, okay, so I'm going to run on the web. I'm going to use all the sandbox that comes with the web and everything. It's got an object that's browser. Why? Because we're going to use a browser. No matter what, we're going to have a browser, right? HTML, we're going to use HTML for the user interface. So let's just do it. Let's just use that. No lines, no screen, no console. No, we have the web. This is our environment, right? So you import all kind of things, right? And then you have what do you have on the web? You have events. So it's got a very natural way of working with events. Actually, it reminds me a little bit of COBOL, which is postmodernist in a way. But it's kind of that because it's got like different divisions, the update division, the any division, the view division, that kind of thing. But it's very powerful. And well, you create a sandbox and then you run it. And then you create a view and then you say, well, I'm going to change this div. I'm going to do stuff. And this is the program. The program is right here. So I compile the program and it's exactly there. So if I write something here like what, it will run. And if I say some other word, it will, I don't remember exactly what the keywords are for doing something. I think it was rock. Right, rock and Samir, Rockaway Beach, right? So the script is already there, it's in the presentation, right? But let's look at another thing. Futurist says, language shapes thought. I want you to look at this wonderful, amazing problem. So it's, I'm telling you that I'm writing a book about Venice. One of the things I have been reading about is about Fibonacci, right? Fibonacci was actually in Venice when he described the sequence, this Fibonacci sequence. Why did he do the Fibonacci sequence? Well, it's an interesting story. It was because until Fibonacci, what people did was as follows. They use abacus, this count thing, this little bed thing that are in a thread, and you pass them around. They use that for computing, right? So that was basically the computer of those days. But then when they wanted to write the solutions, it was written in Roman numerals. So you use something to do the computation and use something else to record the computation. He said, wait. We have this thing that's used in the Northern Africa. Actually, Fibonacci had spent some time in Algeria. And he said, well, they have this thing, these Indo-Arabic numerals, and they can do both things at the same time. They can add, they can do an operation, and it's pretty simple. And they can also record the operation. And he created the Fibonacci sequence to show that, because the Fibonacci sequence is doing an operation, right? 1 + 1. And then the result is used as the operand for the next operation. So you have to go to the abacus and say, this is the number. And then, you put it in Roman numerals, and then you go back to the abacus and do that. You can do both things at the same time with the Fibonacci sequence. 1 + 1 = 2. And I am going to directly use the 2. It's registering the result of the operation. And also, it's going to be used as an operand for the next one. And he did that with Indo-Arabic numerals. And we can do that in Raku, right? This shortish sequence does actually that. So it takes the Indo-Arabic number, the Indo number in Unicode for expressing the sequence. Then check out this second part, and it's because, well, when you use Unicode in Raku, you have to use the same script direction as the original script. So ranges are swapped around. Actually, in this case, it was more difficult to actually write the thing than to run it. So I couldn't do it with comma. I think that eventually I did it with Emacs, because it was changing the direction all the time. And then I was doing weird things. Then, of course, we have to do trans, because even if Raku can operate with Arabic numerals, the result of the operation is always given in Latin numerals. So you have to do trans so that you translate. And also, again, I use the range. It's in the opposite direction. Language shapes thought. We can think about Fibonacci sequence in the same way that Fibonacci wanted us to think about it, using Arabic numerals. And also the result, as you see, is down here. It's also written in the opposite direction. So it goes from right to left, and the lowest the numbers with the less figures are right here, and the other ones are right there. Amazing. So we can help a lot of people using Raku to use it in their own vernacular language, which is amazing, right? But again, the world is web. There is this very interesting framework that is called Deno. Deno, or Deno, basically D-E-N-O, is a framework for interpreting TypeScript and JavaScript, and it's written in Rust. Very fast, but it's also embracing the environment in many different ways. For instance, this is simply an app, and the application is serving things through a web service, right? So it's got an app, right? So it's creating different cases or whatever. Every one of the cases is a root. I am using serve from a standard library, which is Denoland. Curiously enough, they have this land, same as we have Rakuland. And we can also render SSR, so we can render things on the server side using this thing, and we can serve things directly. Good thing it's got the web in it. It's something that it's assumed it's a standard part of the library. So of course JSX is not, because it's interpreting HTML or whatever. But you have an HTTP server directly on the language or on the framework. Then you can serve it directly. You see, I don't need anything external. I don't need description of libraries. I use Deno, and I use this. Well, I'm going to need something. Give me 1 second here. Well, I will show later on. But Deno takes into account what the program is actually going to use. We have also talked about distributed, right? We can use, with Julia, we have macros, can run stuff in many cores at the same time. Just from the command line, you say Julia-P4, and you can run it. For instance, here, this is a very small program that computes creates random chromosomes, evolutionary algorithms. That's what I do, or what I did. And well, it can use any kind of any number of cores, as long as you do it from the command line. By default, it's going to use only 1 core. Then you can tell it, I want 4 processors, 8 processor, 16, whatever. It's going to use it. And it's as simple as just using this macro. This is actually a macro in Julia. Well, give me a second. I got lost a little bit. Yeah, right. So it's opening yourself to the environment, right? But so you open yourself to the environment in the sense that there is a web, there is HTTP, there is the network, there are different number of processors. The language itself has to take that into account. So that's not something that runs in a very abstracted, processor with a single thread and so forth. No, that's a thing of the past. We have to take that into account. We have to be postmodern, right? Another thing, if it's not tested, it's not going to work. Tests are an integral part of development nowadays. So why not have something that does the testing, some assertion library in the same language? Node, for instance, in the last version, in Node 18, has included some assertions as part of the language. Python has a unit test, and of course in Raku, not in Raku, but in Rakudo, it's not part of the language, but it's part of the common interpreter. We have use test, and we can use the assertions pretty much as part of the language. It's not part of the language, but you know what I mean here, right? By the way, and also documentation. Documentation is a very important part of any kind of development. Many languages already have some kind of internal or external activities, but I think that Raku is the first language where documentation is parsed as part of the language itself. So here, for instance, in line number 5, what we have is a small description saying this is a feature. We're going to use it this and that way, and then we have all the assertions. We have subtest, okay, all the things is are part of the test. If it's not tested, it's not going to work. If you don't have tests in your language, you don't have a postmodern language. You simply have something that needs something else to work. That kind of butter is included. That kind of getting the environment into your language is something that's very, very, very postmodern. Of course, Raku has it. Well, and then there are objects that open to the environment. Again, this is another painting you can check out in the. Actually, haven't included in the, but this one, if I remember correctly, is by Boccioni. Again, part of the Italian futurist movement. I have also tried to show this because one of the things that the futurist said was that in a painting you should reflect at the same time the interior and the exterior of whatever you're representing. So they wanted to represent at the same time a city and the house and the interior of a house. They wanted to represent at the same time an engine or a locomotive or whatever, and whatever was happening inside the engine. So this painting kind of reflects that. But many languages already have objects like console, like IndexedDB. Console is a very simple object. It's something that you have in JavaScript or whatever. And actually, standard input and standard output is something that you have even from C. But there are some other more advanced things like IndexedDB. Having a database inside your language and being able to use it straight away is something incredibly powerful and something that some language use. In this case, it's JavaScript that's embedded in the browser, but you can also use something like that if you work with Dino, or you work with JavaScript or with Node, right? At the end of the day, the thing is that projects are going to need several languages or several DSL. Again, this is a painting by another futurist. In this case, it's a British futurist. In Great Britain, there was a movement that was actually called Vorticism. It was created around a series of poets and painters and also different kind of writers. This is by Nevinson, by an author called Nevinson. Again, it includes typography. It includes kind of cubism, some kind of tones or shades of colors that could come from Impressionism. Anyway, so you're going to need several languages or several DSLs in any project you use. So why not have them or being able to embrace them within the same language? You're going to need CI, you're going to need containers, you're going to need task managers, you're going to need some tools for deployment. Dino, for instance, in the last version includes something called Dino deploy. So it's got some place where you can directly deploy some what's called a JavaScript container, right? So it's not a container, but it's a JavaScript program that's run within a sandbox that's created by Dino. So you're going to need many different things, right? In the case of safe languages like Dino, again, you are going to need to run something telling it what it can use and what it can't use. Security is something that's in the environment of development. It's not something that you add afterwards. You need to do safe things by design. It's very anti-dualist to say, no, this is not the program, and this is a security. Security is in the program. There is no difference. There is no barrier that separates security from our thing. So in the case of Dino, for instance, in order to run something and allow it to use to open a port or to listen to a port, you need to tell it to allow net, or if it needs to access the local file system, you have to tell it explicitly. Any kind of thing, you need to tell it explicitly. So security is baked in, the same as in Rust, for instance. It's baked in the syntax itself. So we see that many anti-dualist things are becoming part of languages or frameworks that implement languages. So this being conscious of the environment is something that's very, very postmodern. And also, Stack Overflow is the documentation of many languages. So it's pretty much so in the case of many frameworks and libraries that just say, no, but you have any questions, just ask in Stack Overflow. Stack Overflow is not a separate thing. It's not a separate web. It's part of the language. So it's something that you are going to consider part of the canon that's in the language. Even more so if we have amazing people like Rife, for instance, answering, or Liz or Jonathan Worthington or many others were answering so amazingly. P6, Steve, I mean, all of you probably have answered some questions on Stack Overflow and have really helped. That means that this is not the official documentation. This is the things that's not the official documentation. Everything is documentation, because at the end of the day, you have a search engine. The search engine is going to give you hits in many different places, and whatever fits the best, you're going to use that as documentation. Also, modern languages are multi-paradigm. They don't say, no, we are object-oriented, we are functional, we are this, we are that. No, we are everything, right? Raku is object-oriented, functional, concurrent, procedural, trait-based. We can say that it's aspect-based. We can program aspects. It's a meta language also. It includes grammar, everything, and the kitchen sink. And that's also very postmodern, right? Because it doesn't have like a mentality of saying, this is ours, this is not ours. No. Everything that fits, everything that helps the user is good enough for us. Postmodern languages can even go even further. Community, documentation, ecosystem make the language, and very much so. So it goes way beyond. And of course, when I say this, you're already thinking about something. You're thinking about Perl. Perl was explicitly declared as the first postmodern language by Larry Wall, right? So initially it had many symbols like the camel and the Swiss Army chainsaw or whatever. But all of a sudden, we started to talk about the onion. The onion has many layers. Those layers are all part of the language. So the state of the onion was the state of the language. And we were not talking, Larry Wall, when he was talking about the state of the onion, he was not saying, we have this syntax in the version 5 point whatever. No, he was talking about the state of the ecosystem, the state of the community, and everything else. And during one of those speeches, Raku was introduced. So Raku was probably postmodern from the inception, from the get-go. And it also included the community from the beginning. From the beginning, it said, we are going to do a community process to decide what's going to go into, the RFC, which we had something in the blog a couple of years ago. So it was the first Perl was the first postmodern represented by the Onion, right? But Raku was a postmodern language, very much so, right? So you see, again, another painting. Can't remember. I should have taken notes about this. Anyway, from the looks of it, I would say it's also either Marinetti or Nevinson, probably Marinetti. Anyway, from the conception, it was a postmodern language, you see? So, but it is even more so, because the language, the interpreter, syntax, and everything opens to the environment, the community ecosystem. And sometimes from Stack Overflow to Raku takes only a couple of days. Liz, Elizabeth Matthijssen reads the question, answers the question, saying, maybe they should go into the language. So again, you see, the community is creating new features into the language, of course, through the amazing hands of Liz. This is pretty amazing. I don't think that response, that happens in the other language, probably because they don't have Liz. But if you think about it, it's a very postmodern, very futurist also mechanism. So the language design responds to community needs. It's not something that someone says, in his or her opinion, said, this should be the most amazing thing that someone's going to need. No, it says someone needs it by the community. Why not put it into the language if it's consistent with some other things? Well, these postmodern languages live in a postmodern production environment. So it's an environment where things work already in a postmodern way, because we are living in a postmodern development world. And postmodernists will probably spawn new postmodern languages. So we are going to have these new languages all the time. So well, that's the way it is. So we can do something, but we can say that the Futurist Manifesto, they say that something that we should, they were talking about futurist, which were, what they were doing, and pastist. In Italian was passadista, something belonging to the past, right? What we need to do is we need to let pastists, as belonging to the past languages, language, and embrace futurist languages, like Raku, for instance. Problem is, no language is totally postmodern, but development is postmodern. Again, Raku is probably the most postmodern language, right? Raku is pretty close to a perfect, from every point of view, postmodern language. I think that the Russian futurists would be very happy when they look at this and say, well, Goncharova approves this, right? It's impossible then to learn development with the same language. So I was going to talk about how learning was impaired by using pastist languages. And it really is, when people write to some environment, they say, well, I'm going to do just Swift, I'm going to do just TypeScript. But the thing is that you can't learn development with a single language, be it Python, Java, whatever. You simply can't. You need a postmodern language, right? You can't even learn that language using a single language, because you will still have to learn Torm and YAML and JSON, and probably make files, and probably some other things that probably JavaScript, because sooner or later you're going to do JavaScript, right? So postmodernism, what it says is that language shapes reality. Development reality is too complex to watch it through the lens of a single language. So if you have to learn, if you want to advise people to learn how to program, just tell them to learn every language at once, or Raku, right? Modern development deconstructs, right? Application needs to be examined, tested, compiled, deployed. There are many things you need to do. So we need to say no to a single language. This is part this is a part of the Futurist Manifesto. Says contra la obsesione della cultura e contra il monumento nazionale. Basically, it says against the obsession of culture, against the national monument. I think that we have many national monuments right now, right? There is C, there is Python, there are things. Well, futurists would tell us to burn it to the ground. We're not going to burn to the ground all those national programming monuments. But I think that we need to be very aware that modern programming, modern development, modern teaching and modern learning of development needs to be done in a different postmodern way. So embrace diversity, reject duality, postmodernize language and language learning. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions to this speaker?
I think Richard had one.
I think it was applause instead of.
No, I was applauding. I really like the final. I really like the final image as well. That's just phenomenal. Postmodern building.
Yeah, they were taken in Tallinn last week. So it was
that was in Tallinn. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, that was in Tallinn. So I mean, it's very interesting.
So
because
this is postmodern photograph, not a postmodern building.
yeah. And this one also was taken quite obviously in Tallinn, as it shows the Estonian flag. This is also the Freedom Square in Tallinn. So it's the square that celebrates the first independence of Estonia. So it's I was going to show some stuff that was posted just in front of the Russian embassy, but I don't think that it was adequate for this, because there were really strong words, really strong images there. But you know, this Raku Conf has the flag of Ukraine, and I love how it was on. And I think it was only fitting to use the flag of Ukraine in my last slides.
Mm.
Can I say something? Sure. I don't know.
Okay, so if that was it,
I was just thinking that Elizabeth's rack is actually very postmodern, postmodern application from in a postmodern language. So it's sort of. Yeah,
it really is, because at the end of the day, what it's doing is taking into account any kind of format. It's saying, okay, so we are going to develop something. It's going to be in Git. So let's use something to search in Git. And it's saying we need to put everything into a single format and into a single command line. So it's absolutely postmodern.
There's actually it's been doing it for years. It's just old. I keep asking myself, why would Galbraith do that? I just
Thank you.
think we should
So any other question? Okay, thank you very much, Dan. Back to you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So yeah, so we have 2 more lightning talks, and basically that's it. Unfortunately, that's it. Or fortunately, that it. It was an interesting 2 days of the conference. Actually, yesterday we were following the schedule, and today actually the schedule was following us. So, but nevertheless, so yeah, we had basically 2 days of more or less from 6 to midnight my time in Riga. So yeah, it was really nice. So yeah, so today, so one lightning talk is recorded. The first one is from our new star Martin Polgar, if I pronounce this correctly. So if you're ready, you can share the screen, and yeah, we are there.
Well, let's see if everything works as good as yesterday. Can you please confirm that it's working?
Yes, it works. It works.
Okay, so yesterday I was lucky because I was the first one, so you guys couldn't spoil all my references, but today I fear that I cannot say many new things and my references have been spoiled all the way. Anyway, so this little talk would be about how one can make use of what we already have in the ecosystem and keep it working. I don't know, I personally very like this idea, even though it's not a big deal. Probably it's a no-brainer for those present. So yeah, it started with basically this requirement that I needed to bring up some data from a REST API. So I got one big JSON and I needed to present it some way, the right part. So I ended up with wanting in HTML output because that seemed way simpler than something like PDF. And I needed some tables as well. Well, a couple of thousands of tables. So it seemed pretty sensible to go for HTML. But like, can we do better than handwriting the tags and keep track of them and just building one big string by hand? So yes, this shouldn't be too new, but in 2022, all the cool kids use Raku Land. So that's also built with Raku for Raku, and also the preferred ecosystem should be Zeph for quite a while. But again, probably who made it to this speech already knows these things. So this is what Raku Land looks like if I just search for HTML. We can already see a module that will return later on. Well, two of them actually. So yes, this is kind of a reiteration. And eventually I ended up liking a module called HTML tag. Don't judge my taste, please. It was mostly because of the easy tables anyway. So yeah, Zeph is definitely something that makes simple things simple. Now I fully qualified the module name for certain reasons. But yeah, I just did Zeph install HTML tag, and that should be all of it. Oh crap, what did I click on? So, well, apparently maybe not. So what do we have here? What happened exactly? Failure is likely, type check failed for return value, expected IO path. So yeah, one can probably figure out that Meta6 JSON was missing. So yeah, that would be one of the references, the young language with a long history. If someone could say, who said this in a presentation, in the general presentation about Raku, I would be really thankful. It was a couple of years ago, I think. And Gigi Atria also referenced this one. So yeah, what could go wrong? HTML tag is somewhat of an old module within the ecosystem. It was 2 years before Raku, the name, and 2 years after Christmas, somewhere in 2017. That shouldn't be a problem in general. So it wasn't uploaded via FAS, but Zeph can still fetch it. That's no problem, it could work. However, it depends on a module called HTML entity, which was before Christmas with a couple of months, 2015 something. And the problem is that HTML entity had a structure that has been abandoned since. So it's not really a Zeph compatible module anymore. And both of these modules went unmaintained. However, at least the author of HTML tag was pretty easy to reach. And I knew that it could be like probably easily fixed because there are other HTML entity encoding modules that could replace it. So I thought, like, even if the author doesn't want to keep on with it, there were other pull requests as well. Well, maybe this is my time to shine, to have my halved module, let's say, not first, just halved. So yeah, and this is pretty much just a summary of what needed to be done about this. So I forked not directly the modules repo, but Alex Daniels' pull request, because that already fixed at least a test issue. Then there were a couple of things about method.json. Probably those who watched the presentation of Matthew Stackwish would be pretty up to date. I also oriented with that one, just not yesterday, but after the talk on the Perl and Raku conference. So yeah, I changed the old fields, the version. There was a Perl field, which has been, well, deprecated pretty much by times. Also, I needed to update the provides. Soon we will find out why. And yeah, updated the dependency. Then I changed to XML entity HTML, which was a way to replace it. However, it soon turned out that this module is really too slow. So even if there is nothing to replace, it was quite painful to work with it. But Liz got me covered again with this one. So now we have HTML entity fast. I think I mistyped it. That should also be double colon, which is, to my very naive measurements, about 5 times faster than the original XML entity HTML. I also wanted to change the extensions, and this is something I don't think I have a slide for it, but maybe I will show it, because this is something that I really like about Raku. And yeah, then the yada yada part, everything worked as expected. Again, I mostly used the presentation of Matthew. And yes, if only I knew about app MI6 around that time, because I really only got to know about it a couple of days ago. So that couldn't be adapted since I didn't know about it. And Well, I'm thinking maybe if you could give me a minute or two, then I could show a little bit of these, like change the extensions, and it's really not a big deal, but I like this a lot, and I think it's still easier if I just go to the other computer and show it on it, because I have set it or like it's really just close.
Lightning talks are supposed to be 5 minutes, right?
Well, we don't really have anything left from what I know, so at this point, really, the schedule is going after us. There is one recorded talk, if I'm right, and that's all about it.
So yeah, I believe we can just go with this recorded talk, and if he's ready after that, we can just dedicate a couple of more minutes. But yeah.
Have you ever had a funny idea for a conference talk, and 2 months later, it's 1 week before the conference, and you actually got to come up with the goods, and what you thought was really funny 2 months ago, suddenly you're worried that no one else is going to find it in the least bit funny. But you know, conferences are funny things. You know, you're going there and you're learning all about programming, and it's very technical, and every so often you need a breather. You know, you've worked out that all your objects now have class, all your pipes are smoking hot, and most importantly, you're at the stage in the conference where you're wondering what the ingredients in a Larry Wall banger might be. So, if you ever seen the movie Inception, it's about going into dream-like states. You go into this dream world via the subconscious, and the only way that you can tell whether you're in the dream world or in the real world is by spinning a spinning top. And if the spinning top falls over, it means you're awake in the real world. And if the spinning top stays up, it means you're in the dream world. So I thought we'd do a little experiment during the talk. I'm just going to start a little spinning top up there. This is a Raku cup of justice. It's also known as Pythagorean cup. It dates back Greek times at least. Whether Pythagoras had anything to do with it, I think, is debatable. There are no written records that Pythagoras wrote. Whether he invented Pythagoras' triangle. Anyway, the idea behind the Raku cup of justice was you wanted to make sure that, say, your soldiers who'd been soldiering diligently all day and were waiting for their cup of wine got a fair cup of wine at the end of it, but you didn't want to reward them if they overfilled their cup. So they came up with this. It's made from Raku pottery, which immediately makes it a little bit suspect as to how authentic it is for Greek times, but maybe it was reimagined by people using Japanese pottery techniques. Japanese Raku dates to the 16th century. So the cup has a hole at the bottom, it has a stick in the middle, and it has these lines near the top which indicate where you can fill it up to and still have wine. So if we take a bottle of wine and fill it up, let's see what happens. So if we fill it to under the W lines, you know, happy days. We can sip out of it, no problem. If we fill it up a little bit more above the W line, suddenly starts coming out the bottom. Furthermore, we can't even stop it. You know, it's like we can't tip it on its side. Even if we tip it so far that liquid's coming out, liquid's still coming out the bottom. We could try and drink as much of it as we could before the rest of it escapes. But basically, we've lost a lot of wine because we were greedy and we tried to overfill the glass. So, there's a little bit left at the bottom. But what's happening? Well, first thing to notice is there are two holes at the bottom of the big spear in the middle. And what's happening is inside that we have an empty cylinder. And over the top of it, if you imagine this is the green outside of the cylinder, we have that. And then we lift it up and we've got a hole at the bottom of the cup. So as the wine fills up, it doesn't get to the top, so it doesn't spill over and come out the bottom. But once it gets up to the top, it goes over the top, and then you get this suction effect, like you're siphoning petrol or the S-band in a toilet, and the liquid continues to come out. And that is how the Raku Cup of Justice works. And look.
Yeah, I didn't see this video before, but I wonder, does that mean that we don't have to give another minute for another talk about Raku? But yeah, nevertheless, Sir Martin, if you
That's one of the holes at the bottom of the cup.
If you wanted to say just a couple of words, you're welcome, but not more than a minute.
Yeah, well, it's really probably less than a minute eventually. So yeah, right now I probably deliberately messed it up. And these are the little things that I really like about Raku. So I can just, like, I know how find works, and that's about all I really need to know for this thing to do. And I want to rename them. And it just has me covered. So these are definitely the kind of little things I enjoyed from the very beginning with this language. Okay, where is my stopwatch?
Yeah, cool. So I believe we're done. And thanks a lot for being here for these 2 days. I hope next year we can gather together in person somewhere in Europe. I believe, yeah, it can be either Riga or somewhere in the Netherlands, but definitely the Netherlands is much more expensive. But yeah, who knows how prices will go next year. So yeah, but I believe that if we want to meet in person, I believe that it's time to start thinking about inviting more people, sharing things, sharing links to these videos from at least this conference, for example, in social media, so that more people are aware of the existence of Raku. And yeah, so it was a good meeting as far as I feel it. I hope you feel the same, and I believe see you next year somewhere in person, but definitely maybe we'll meet much earlier, so we'll see. So that's it. If no more talks left, I suggest we wrap up here. Thanks a lot once again for the speakers and for those who just attended and watched. And yeah, don't forget that the war is still there, and Vadim gave a QR code. You can find it in the recording yesterday if you want to donate to him to help his wishes. And yeah, so that's it. Goodbye. See you next time.
Thank you, Andrew. See you soon. Bye.